Beneath Egypt's blazing sun and windswept sands lies a secret older than the first pharaoh's labyrinth of stone and shadow, carved by hands whose names have been lost to time. This is the Osirion, a subterranean sanctuary where earth and sky, water and fire, light and silence converge in a symphony of ritual and revelation. In tonight's journey, we will slip past shifting dunes into hidden corridors, trace the footsteps of mystics and architects, and witness chambers that breathe with the pulse of ancient rites. From the mirror of worlds to the chamber of the hidden flame, each hall unveils a secret, and each echo invites us deeper, to confront the mysteries of life, death, and rebirth beneath the sands. So dim your lights, settle in, and let the whispering stones guide you into a realm where history blurs with myth-hand, where, within the heart of the Osirion, the cycle of transformation awaits. Beneath the blazing Egyptian sun, where rippling dunes stretch toward the horizon, and the endless sky shimmers like molten gold, there lies a secret older than the first dynasty, older even than the Great Pyramids themselves. You will never find this place by following the familiar trails worn into the desert by camels and caravans. It's hidden deep within a hollow carved by winds and the patient trickle of subterranean waters, far from any whisper of modern tourist paths or the clamor of archaeologists' hammers. Here, the sands conceal a doorway to a realm lost in the mists of prehistory, a place the ancient Egyptians called the Osirion, named in hushed reverence for their god of death and resurrection. The Osirion's entrance yawns like a great wound in the living rock, a narrow aperture, just wide enough for a single man to squeeze through, choked by eons of shifting sand. Only when the winds blow just so, clearing the debris, does the portal reveal itself, an arch of water, smoothed limestone, etched with faint grooves that hint of deliberate carving. Descending into its cool darkness, the world above the glare of day, the crushing weight of heat fades behind you, a whisper of wind, a soft echo of footsteps, and then the hush of eternity. Your torchlight flickers across the walls as you step into the first chamber, a vaulted hall of immense proportions, its ceiling soaring 30 feet overhead. The stone blocks, each hewn with such precision that modern engineers still marvel at their perfection, fit together without mortar, seams invisible even to the keenest eye. Columns rise like petrified trees from the polished floor, their capitals carved in geometric patterns that seem neither Egyptian nor Mesopotamian but entirely sui generis. Here and there, the walls bear enigmatic reliefs, figures in flowing robes, their faces obscured by deep hoods, bestowing offerings upon deities whose names are no longer remembered. Every breath fills your lungs with the cool, dry scent of ancient stone and the faint tang of mineral-rich water seeping through the cracks. Pools of quiet water lie undisturbed in shallow basins hewn from the bedrock, reflecting the torchlight in liquid mirrors. Some chambers branch into narrow corridors, while others open into cavernous sanctuaries. In the furthest recesses, you glimpse a dais raised upon a platform of 18 steps, the significance of that number lost in the whirl of legends. Around the dais stand monolithic pillars carved in relief with serpentine creatures entwined around hourglass shapes, symbols that scholars today still debate: clocks, portals, astronomical charts. The air seems alive with memory. Here, perhaps, The builders of the Osirion performed rites to transcend death itself, believing that within these echoing halls the veil between worlds thinned and the soul might speak to the divine. Some legends speak of alchemical experiments, of water drawn from hidden springs that could grant visions of past and future. Others whisper of a cataclysm so vast that the builders fled, sealing their sanctuary behind, shifting sands to await a time when worthy seekers would unearth its secrets once more. As you press deeper into the labyrinth, the torchlight reveals more wonders. Rooms flooded by daylight stolen through hidden shafts. Ingenious optical devices that channeled the sun's rays into the darkest depths. Carved niches that once held metal spheres, perhaps instruments for measuring celestial movements. Spiral staircases that descend into blackness so profound that it seems to swallow light itself. In one chamber, the floor is perfectly level. Beyond the skill of most ancient masons yet here, it lies undisturbed, a testament to the uncanny mastery of geometry possessed by those who built this place. And throughout, the stone itself seems to whisper. In the silence between your footsteps, you almost hear voices, maybe the distant murmur of priests chanting, or the faint echo of hammers ringing on chisels. Over centuries, the rhythms of human endeavor have faded, but the memory remains, encoded in the very grains of the rock. Here is a civilization so ancient that it predates the Nile's great kingdom, yet so advanced that its architects achieved feats we are still deciphering today. When you finally emerge back into the daylight, blinking against the glare of the sun, the desert around you seems altered. The dunes, once shimmering only with heat, now appear like the crests of sleeping giants, each one hiding caverns of unimaginable wonder. And though you carry no physical treasure, only a handful of rock dust and the feverish excitement of discovery, you know that you have glimpsed something beyond history's written pages, a realm of reverent mystery that will haunt your dreams long after sleep has claimed you. No one knows precisely when the Osirion was first discovered by modern eyes. Some accounts trace its reemergence to the early 19th century, when a wandering Bedouin guide, fleeing through the desert from tribal conflict, stumbled upon the half-buried doorway and, seeing its grand arches, fled in terror, believing it to be the very mouth of a god. Others attribute the first sighting to European explorers in the 1870s, whose journals lost for decades after their sudden disappearance describe colonnaded chambers and subterranean courtyards so vast that they speculated the site must have been built by giants. But concrete records only begin in the 1920s, when a team of British and Egyptian archaeologists, spurred by rumors passed along the Nile, ventured into the western desert and uncovered a corridor strewn with broken pottery, obsidian flakes, and shards of alabaster. These explorers christened the complex Osirion in homage to the Egyptian god whose domain bridged life, death, and the cyclical rebirth of the soul. Yet from the outset, they recognized that this was no typical Egyptian temple. There were no hieroglyphic cartouches proclaiming the names of kings, no rows of statues commemorating battles, no wall paintings depicting the well-known pantheon of Ra, Isis, or Anubis. Instead, they found abstract motif spirals, interlocking triangles, depictions of constellations woven into the very fabric of the architecture. It was as though the builders had sought to encode their beliefs not in words, but in shapes and proportions that resonated with universal harmonies. The layout of the Osirion defies easy categorization. Rather than aligning strictly with the cardinal points, the main axis of the complex bends gently as it progresses, as though conforming to the unseen contours of a subterranean river. Hydrological surveys conducted in the 1970s revealed a network of aquifers flowing beneath the site, supplying a constant trickle of water that once filled the cisterns and pools. This water, unnaturally cool in the depths of the desert, likely served ritual purpose cleansing, purification, perhaps even inducing trance states among the priests. Some researchers have proposed that the entire complex was built around a sacred spring, revered as the Well of Horizons, where the boundary between earth and underworld blurred. Architecturally, the Osirion's masonry surpasses even that of the Great Pyramid's inner chambers. Blocks weighing tens of tons bear tool marks so fine they defy replication by modern saws. The joints are so tight that a single blade of grass cannot be inserted between them. In one remarkable chamber, 6 massive pillars form a perfect hexagon around a central dais. Each pillar is hewn from a single block of granite, so pure its surface reflects torchlight like darkened glass. Geologists have traced this granite to quarries more than 100 miles away, suggesting that the builders orchestrated an unprecedented logistical feat to transport these megaliths across unforgiving terrain. Moreover, the geometry of the Osirion seems to encode mathematical constants. Measurements taken in the 1950s uncovered ratios, corresponding to pi, and phi, the golden ratio, woven into the dimensions of corridors and chambers, hinting at a sophisticated understanding of mathematics far predating Greek or Mesopotamian theories. Even more startling, aligned windows and slits in the stone walls correspond to the rising points of specific stars during the season of the winter solstice, indicating that the Osirion served as both a temple and an astronomical observatory. Yet for all its grandeur, the Osirion remains elusive. Major excavation efforts have been halted repeatedly by structural instability. Entire halls collapse with terrifying suddenness, buried by centuries of shifting rock. Remote sensing technologies, ground-penetrating radar, magnetometry, seismic tomography have revealed hints of further chambers, some perhaps even older than those already uncovered. But the risks of a full-scale dig remain prohibitive. Each new discovery only deepens the mystery. Who built this place? And why did they abandon it? Legends among local villagers speak of a time when the desert was not desert at all, but an inland sea where ships sailed under a blue sky. They tell of a white-clad people whose wisdom could bend stone and bend time itself, leaving behind temples that sang with the hum of the cosmos. To skeptics, these stories are mere folklore, colorful but unverifiable. Yet the stones of the Osirion murmur a different truth, that sometime in the depths of prehistory, a civilization arose whose grandeur rivaled the very forces of nature, then vanished without a trace, leaving only these silent halls to echo their enigma into eternity. As you stand again at the threshold of that secret doorway, the tongueless silence of the Osirion beckons. The wind, rising from the desert floor, carries grains of sand into the chamber, gradually erasing footprints and chiseling the carvings into softer relief. It is as if the site itself strives to conceal its secrets once more, burying them beneath layers of sediment until a new generation of seekers, guided by curiosity and wonder, awakens the slumbering stones and listens to the tale they have to tell. The passage onward from the main hall of the Osirion narrows into a corridor no more than 10 feet wide. Yet even this cramped tunnel pulsates with portent. Here, the carved walls morph from abstract geometric motifs into scenes of strange ritual, hooded figures carrying bowls of steaming incense, their breath drifting upward like spectral veils. Serpentine creatures coiling around staffs topped with luminous orbs, and between them, symbols that defy direct translation, interlocking spirals reminiscent of galaxies, concentric circles suggesting ripples in water, and stylized waves that seem to flow across the stone as though animated by some unseen current. The air grows cooler still, as if drawn toward a hidden source of chill, and each footstep echoes twice, as though failing to reach some far-off ear. After winding through this narrowing corridor for what feels like an eternity, perhaps a score of torchlit paces, you emerge into a chamber that appears to have been carved around a glowing pool of water. Here, the floor plunges downward in a gentle slope, leading to a basin 40 feet across, its walls hewn into bowl-shaped perfection. In the center lies a raised platform of black granite, polished until it reflects the torchlight like a mirror. Legend calls this the Mirror of Worlds, for when diluted with the sacred spring water and stirred with incense, the surface of the pool was said to shimmer with visions of distant times and places. Priests clad in white linen would kneel on the platform's edge, chanting in guttural tones, while initiates peered into the depths, seeking glimpses of past lives or the fate that awaited beyond death. Surrounding the pool are 8 slender columns, each carved from a single piece of quartzite so pure that it seems almost translucent. On these columns are etched the names of the cardinal directions in a script that predates hieroglyphs, resembling nothing so much as the strokes of a scribe's brush as it dances across water. Between each pair of columns, niches once housed metal, bowls bronze, copper, perhaps even electrum filled with colored sands. When the sunlight, channeled through hidden apertures, fell upon these sands at dawn, the bowls glowed with an inner light, casting prismatic patterns onto the walls. It was as if the chamber itself became an astronomical observatory, mapping the movement of the sun, the phases of the moon, and the cycles of the planets across the heavens. But the real marvel lies beneath the surface of the water. Modern divers, risking the ancient chamber's crumbling roof, have discovered a submerged doorway leading into a flooded tunnel. Though hazardous, this submerged corridor hints at a lower level of the Osirion, now filled with water that never evaporates, as though fed by an eternal subterranean source. Some explorers speculate that beyond this doorway lies the heart of the complexa vault or sanctuary, containing the true secrets of the lost builders. But every attempt to map these underwater passages has met with disaster. Divers report feeling disorientation, dizziness, and the uncanny sensation of being watched. A few emerged with tales of luminous pillars and submerged statues, but their accounts remain unverified, and the waterlogged tunnel system remains largely unexplored. Exiting the pool chamber, You follow a flight of uneven limestone steps that ascend into a smaller room adorned with reliefs of serpents entwined around lotus blossoms. The air here is still, undisturbed by water or wind, and carries a faint aroma of ancient incense myrrh, perhaps mixed with resin. On one wall, an enormous triangular carving depicts three human figures standing before a radiant disk, their arms raised as though in supplication. The disk bears the markings of an octagonal wheel, and rays extending outward end in stylized stars. Some Egyptologists propose that this relief illustrates a celestial event, perhaps the transit of a comet or the conjunction of planets observed and commemorated by the Osirian's priests. Others argue it represents a cosmological diagram, mapping the interplay between the realm of the living, the sky above, and the underworld below. At the far end of this chamber, a narrow slit in the stone aligns with the rising sun on the equinox, casting a beam of light that strikes a carved altar. Over countless cycles, this shaft of sunlight must have traced an arc across the altar's surface, marking the passing of days, months, and seasons. Such precision suggests the Osirian's builders possessed not only architectural prowess, but astronomical insight, rivaling that of any ancient civilization. They constructed a temple that spoke in stone the language of the stars, weaving the celestial and terrestrial into a unified whole. As you step through a final archway into a vast, echoing hall, the walls of which are sheathed in dark basalt panels inscribed with enigmatic text, you feel the weight of centuries pressing in. Every corner hums with the memories of those who once trod these corridors. Priests in flowing robes, bearing gifts to indescribable gods, initiates trembling at the brink of revelation, and the nameless laborers whose sweat and blood formed the bedrock of this subterranean city. Yet beyond the carvings and the collapsed columns lies the greatest mystery of all. Why did they leave? What catastrophe or transformation drove them to abandon this sanctuary and retreat into the world above, sealing the gates behind them? Stepping back into the corridor's dim light, the torch in your hand sputters, as if reluctant to leave. The murmurs of the Osirian's past haunt your every sense, urging you to return, to delve deeper, to listen to the stones as they whisper of immutable truths lost to time. Here, beneath the sands of Egypt, sleeps a civilization's last testament, waiting for a heart brave enough to awaken it. The story of the Osirian is not confined to stone and shadow. It lives on in the scattered fragments found across the deserts, and in the journals of those who dared to seek its secrets. Among these fragments are shards of pottery etched with spiral motifs reminiscent of the reliefs inside the temple, suggesting that a surface-level settlement once thrived nearby. In the 1960s, an aerial survey revealed telltale mounds surrounding the Osirian entrance, their outlines faint beneath layers of wind-blown sand. Excavations at one such mound uncovered the remains of mud-brick structure shomes, workshops, and perhaps a communal gathering place arranged around an open courtyard. Here, archaeologists found tools made from flint and obsidian, jewelry fashioned from turquoise and carnelian, and the bones of sacrificed animals, indicating ritual practices that straddled the boundary between the mundane and the sacred. What fascinates scholars most, however, are the inscriptions on ceramic fragments discovered in these peripheral settlements. Though incomplete, They bear traces of the same pre-hieroglyphic script seen on the quartzite columns in the pool chamber. Linguists have painstakingly reconstructed fragments of sentences, references to the Great Descent, the waters of infinity, and the cycle that never ends. One fragment mentions the union of sky and earth, a phrase echoed in the architectural alignments throughout the Osirion. These texts hint at a cohesive belief system, one that viewed existence as a continuous cycle of dissolution and rebirth, of philosophy, embodied in the myth of Osiris, yet predating even the earliest dynastic records. Ethnographers collecting oral traditions from nomadic tribes in the western desert have recorded stories of white pilgrims who once wandered the sands, their goal to find a hidden city where the gates of life and death stood open. Some tales speak of miraculous healings performed within the Osirion's inner sanctums, where the spring water bestowed not only visions but also restoration of the body. Other legends warn of a terrible power sealed within the depth-sand energy that could rend the veil between worlds and unleash devastation if disturbed. It is said that the last priest-king of the Osirion, foreseeing some great cataclysm, ordered the sanctuaries buried, the corridors flooded, and the entrances buried beneath shifting dunes, trusting that only a fool or a zealot would ever dare to dig them up again. In more recent times, the Osirion has drawn the interest of fringe theorists and conference circuit speakers who attribute its origins to lost continents, extraterrestrial visitors, or a secret global cult with lineage tracing back to pre-Egyptian high priests. They point to anomalous energy readings, ley line alignments, and even the supposed acoustic properties of the main hall where low-frequency chants are said to resonate in ways that induce altered states of consciousness. While mainstream archaeologists remain skeptical of these hypotheses, they acknowledge that the Osirion defies easy classification. Its combination of advanced geometry, hydrological engineering, and astronomical precision could suggest an isolated culture that reached unparalleled heights of knowledge before vanishing without a trace. The question of chronology remains equally perplexing. Carbon dating of organic remains charcoal from ancient fires, fragments of linen cloth yields, dates that span a wide range. Some samples align with the early dynastic period of Egypt around 3100 BCE, while others point to a far earlier date, perhaps as early as 5000 BCE or beyond. This discrepancy has fueled debate. Was the Osirion built in stages over millennia, with successive cultures adding their own layers? Or does it represent a single, unfathomably ancient civilization whose legacy was rediscovered and repurposed by the early Egyptians? The absence of definitive inscriptions bearing kingly names leaves this as one of archaeology's greatest enigmas. Today, access to the Osirion is strictly controlled by both Egyptian authorities and international heritage organizations, which recognize the site's fragility and the potential for irreversible damage. Stabilization efforts have reinforced crumbling walls and installed discrete supports below vulnerable chambers. Non-invasive surveying techniques continue to probe the depths, seeking to map the submerged tunnels and hidden vaults without disturbing the ancient architecture. Despite these precautions, the siren call of the Osirion persists, drawing researchers, mystics, and dreamers alike to its shadowy embrace. As the sun sets over the desert horizon, casting long, cool shadows across the dunes. The Osirion waits in silence. Its halls lie empty of human voices, but within the stillness, the stones remember. They remember the prayers and the chants, the trembling initiates and the solemn priests, the rushing waters of the sacred spring and the fiery dance of the sun's first rays. And they remember the moment when the last torch was extinguished, the last passage sealed, and the sanctuary surrendered back to the sands, to await the day when someone would unlock its doors and listen once again to the whisper of eternity beneath the earth. Beyond the chamber of the sealed aqueduct lies a corridor whose walls glow with faint phosphorescent seminal deposits that catch the torchlight and pulse like distant stars. Each step echoes in the silent expanse, magnifying the hush until it seems the air itself holds its breath. Here, the builders of the Osirion wove together stone and story, leaving behind subtle clues to their purpose for those with eyes patient enough to perceive them. The walls are adorned with low-relief carvings of vessels brimming with liquid, pouring forth into stylized river channels that snake across the floor. Scholars have interpreted these as diagrams of hydraulic circuits, teaching initiates how to channel the sacred spring through the complex to sustain ritual baths and pneumatic devices. The corridor bends sharply, plunging you deeper into the earth. The air grows noticeably damper, and the distant drip of water becomes a steady heartbeat. Ahead, you discern a vaulted chamber capped by a ceiling carved in the shape of a star map, each constellation marked by a small cupule that once contained a gemstone lapis lazuli for Orion, carnelian for Sirius, and turquoise for the Pleiades. Though most of these stones have long since fallen or been looted, their sockets remain, and if you press your ear to the cold stone, you can almost hear the distant resonance of the stars, as though the ceiling itself hums with celestial harmony. At the chamber's center stands an octagonal dais, each side corresponding to a cardinal point and its intercardinal neighbor. This star chamber, as some researchers call it, appears to have functioned as both planetarium and temple. A shaft of light, channeled from a narrow aperture high above, traces a path across the dais at the height of each solstice and equinox, marking the passage of the sun with millimeter precision. Cross-shaped apertures in the walls align with the heliacal rising of certain stars, projecting their light onto the floor at precise moments, a living calendar built in stone. Here, priests timed planting and harvesting seasons, scheduled festivals, and perhaps even charted the soul's journey after death, mapping it against the eternal wheel of the constellations. From this star chamber, a flight of worn steps descends into darkness. Brave explorers who have ventured down report a subterranean river, its waters black as obsidian, flowing silently through an underground canyon. They speak of narrow rafts once used to ferry offerings to a shrine hidden beyond sight. A shrine that may have housed a reliquary or vessel containing the elixir of returning, a substance said to grant a vision of past lives or even brief passages beyond the veil of death. Modern chemical analyses of microscopic residue found on pottery fragments suggest compounds derived from mandrake and blue lotus plants, known in antiquity for their psychoactive property shinting, that initiates may indeed have entered trance states here, guided by the deep hum of the river and the cold embrace of the stone walls. Legends circulate of a chamber further downstream, lit by an eerie bioluminescence, generated by algae in the water, where human-shaped effigies carved from salt stand vigil. Some diver accounts claim these statues glow with spectral light, as if animated by spirits. Others deny any supernatural phenomena, attributing the effect to mineral deposits and the refracted light of submerged torches. Whatever the truth, this flooded sanctuary remains off-limits to all but the most intrepid and foolhardy explorers. Several teams have suffered catastrophic equipment failures, compasses spinning wildly, and divers reporting sudden waves of vertigo, as though the currents themselves bent reality. Exiting the subterranean river's mouth, you climb a ladder into a small, lamplit chamber, whose walls are densely inscribed with tiny hieratic script, unlike the bold reliefs of the upper halls. These inscriptions, painstakingly carved by candlelight, appear to be registers of ritual initiates' names, dates, and the offerings they brought: seashells, rare pigments, copper votive daggers. Many entries bear annotations in a different hand, scrawled centuries later, suggesting that the Osirion was revisited and reused long after its initial abandonment. Some even reference foreign names: Nubian, Hittite, Mycenaean, indicating that word of this subterranean wonder traveled far beyond Egypt's borders, drawing pilgrims from distant lands. Finally, the corridor opens into a grand antechamber, its ceiling lost to collapse, but still vast enough to inspire awe. Scattered across the floor are fragments of a colossal statue, a foot nearly 5 feet long, hewn from red granite, a massive fist clutching a lotus, and a broken portrait head, its features worn smooth but still conveying a regal dignity. Scholars speculate this was once an image of the Osirion's founder, perhaps a priest-king or deified architect, whose likeness stood guard over the sanctuary's deepest mysteries. Around the statue's remains lie broken ceremonial vessels and lamplights, as though a sudden upheaval shattered the rituals that once pulsed through this hall. In the fractured light, you almost sense the final moments before the Osirion's abandonment. A tremor of the earth, a rise in the subterranean river's waters, and the final exodus of priests, carrying sacred scrolls and mystical relics into the night. They sealed the gates behind them, believing or fearing that what lay within should remain undisturbed. Today, we walk among the echoes of their last goodbye, treading in the footprints of those who chose to vanish into legend rather than surrender their secrets to time. The Osirion's tale reverberates beyond the stones themselves, woven into the tapestry of comparative mythology. Across the ancient world, we find echoes of its themes. Underworld caverns lit by phosphorescent rock in the mountains of Cappadocia, ritual pools in Mesoamerica where priests invoked visions of the ancestors, celestial chambers in Himalayan monasteries designed for lunar and solar observances. But nowhere does this synthesis of hydraulic engineering, precise astronomy, and psychoactive ritual converge so fully as in the subterranean halls of the Osirion. Modern researchers have employed cutting-edge techniques in their quest to decode this nexus of innovation. LiDAR mapping from drones scans the desert surface for concealed depressions, revealing faint outlines of buried courtyards and processional avenues. Magnetometer surveys detect anomalies beneath the sands voids that hint at undiscovered chambers or tunnels. And in laboratories far from Egypt, Geochemists analyze isotopic signatures from wall patinas to trace the water's source, confirming that the spring feeding the complex originates deep in the limestone aquifer more than 100 feet below the desert floor. Meanwhile, cognitive archaeologists explore the psychological dimensions of the Osirion. They recreate its acoustic properties in virtual simulations, discovering that certain frequencies resonated within the main hall to produce standing wave sound phenomena that can induce trance-like states in human brains. Coupled with the psychoactive brews prepared from lotus and mandrake, these acoustic effects may have facilitated profound mystical experiences, reinforcing the belief that the sanctuary bridged realms. In this light, the Osirion emerges not simply as a temple, but as a crafted environment designed to transform consciousness, guiding initiates through a ritualized journey of death and rebirth. At the same time, climatologists study ancient pollen and sediment samples from nearby depressions to reconstruct the environment the Osirion's builders once inhabited. Their findings suggest that the western desert was once dotted with oases, fed by a wetter climate and coursing rivers. In this greener landscape, a thriving settlement could sustain agriculture, trade caravans could traverse fertile corridors, and cultural exchange would have flourished. As the climate shifted, the springs feeding the Osirion's pools may have dwindled, contributing to its eventual desertion. Thus, the fate of this forgotten civilization becomes entwined with the Earth's own cycles, reminding us of the fragile balance between human ingenuity and environmental change. Meanwhile, debates continue over the Osirion's role within Egypt's broader history. Was it an isolated sanctuary, built by a secretive priesthood outside the oversight of pharaonic authority? Or was it once integrated into the state religion, serving as an initiatory complex where kings underwent thaumaturgic rites to legitimize their divine rule? Some point to the lack of royal inscriptions as evidence of independence. Others argue that any direct references to pharaohs might have been deliberately erased during periods of religious upheaval, much as later iconoclasts defaced the names of Amarna-era monarchs. In popular culture, the Osirion has inspired novels, films, and virtual reality experiences, each interpreting its mysteries through the lens of modern imagination. Yet for all the layers of interpretation, academic, mystical, speculative, the core allure remains the same. The Osirion beckons us to peer beyond the edges of recorded history, to contemplate a civilization that stood at the threshold of science, religion, and art, then quietly receded into the sands. As our torch's flame gutter dims and the whispering echoes fade, we emerge once more into the desert night. The Milky Way, arching overhead like a vast, rippling river. The Osirion's greatest secret may be this: it invites us not only to uncover what has been lost, but to reflect on what we might yet build, and what we might irrevocably abandon in our own time. In the silent vastness of the desert, where stars wheel and sand drifts without pause, its story endures as a testament to the heights of human aspiration and the enduring call of mysteries that lie just beyond the light. As dawn's pale light seeps into the western sky, the sands around the Osirion begin to glow with an ethereal warmth, as if the sun itself pays homage to this ancient sanctuary. It is at this liminal moment, when night and day converge, that the full majesty of the site reveals itself to those who linger near its half-buried entrance. The air carries a delicate chill, tinged with the mineral scent of limestone and the faint, lingering whisper of incense from rites performed millennia ago. Stepping across the sunlit dunes toward the hidden doorway, one cannot help but feel the pull of a threshold, not only in space, but also in time, a portal, beckoning the living to trace the footsteps of the departed. Passing once more through the arch of water-smooth stone, you find yourself in the corridor where the phosphorescent walls pulse like distant galaxies. But at this hour, streamed daylight filters through hidden shafts, illuminating crystalline veins running through the rock. These veins radiate outward, crossing the carved reliefs of hooded figures, bearing offerings of lotus blossoms and sacred oils. Each figure is rendered with uncanny precision, fingers gracefully curved around chalices, robes flowing as if caught in an unseen breeze. In the glow of morning light, the carvings come alive, their shadows dancing across the floor in a silent ritual that repeats with the seasons. Winding through the corridor, you arrive at a pair of etched doors carved into solid granite. These doors bear twin inscriptions in the pre-hieroglyphic script. One side reads, "Threshold of Remembrance," the other, "Gate of Becoming." Pushing them open reveals a vestibule lined with niches containing stone vessels. Some hold traces of colored paste reds and yellows that may have been pigments for body painting, used in ceremonies to blur the boundaries between flesh and spirit. Others are empty, their hollow forms echoing the vessel imagery found deeper within the complex. Above each niche, small cavities mark the positions of candles once used to illuminate these offerings, suggesting that this transition chamber played a crucial role in preparing initiates for the mysteries beyond. Emerging from the vestibule, you step into the Hall of Echoes. Its vaulted ceiling arches high above, lost in shadows, while the floor is a mosaic of dark basalt and pale limestone tiles arranged in concentric circles. The circular motif repeats in the ceiling, where a central oculus allows a beam of light to pierce the gloom at midday, striking the floor with pinpoint accuracy. Around the perimeter, odd resonant hollows carved into the walls function as acoustic amplifiers. When a single note is sung in the dead center, it reverberates throughout the hall, creating a harmonic drone that seems to vibrate within the bones. Scholars today surmise that this auditory phenomenon served to induce altered states in participants, the very stones themselves becoming instruments of transcendence. At the far end of the hall, a flight of 24 steps descends into a subterranean realm known as the Chamber of Renewal. Each step bears a delicate engraving of a lotus petal, symbolizing purity and rebirth. As you descend, the air grows cooler and more humid. Moisture beads on the walls, forming rivulets that feed a shallow channel running along the staircase's edge. This channel empties into a basin at the foot of the stairway, its waters perpetually replenished by a hidden spring. The chamber itself is an oval room, its walls clad in polished granite so dark it absorbs light, creating an almost tangible sense of void. In the center lies a circular pool, its surface still and mirror-like, edged with copper piping that once served to aerate and purify the water for ritual use. Surrounding the pool are 8 alchemical basins carved from alabaster, each keyed to one of the known elements: earth, water, fire, air, and 3 more whose names have been lost to time. Though their precise function eludes modern scholars, residue tests indicate that these basins once held mixtures of metals, salts, and plant extract substances that, when combined, may have produced compounds capable of altering perception or extending life. Some historians posit that the Osirian's priests pursued an alchemical doctrine blending spiritual purification with material transformation, seeking to perfect the body as a vessel for the soul's journey beyond death. Carvings along the walls depict hooded alchemists standing before flames, stirring crucibles and observing vapors swirling in glass retorts. Elsewhere, figures recline on stone benches, eyes closed in meditative repose, as attendants anoint their foreheads with oils and pour aromatic essences into their nostrils. These reliefs, executed with such delicacy that even the curves of a single petal are rendered in high relief, bear witness to ceremonies of initiation and rebirth that were as much psychological as they were mystical. Here, the initiate underwent a symbolic death within the darkness of the chamber, then emerged back into the sunlit corridors, purified, reborn, and ready to receive deeper mysteries. Ascending from the chamber of renewal, you follow a narrow passage decorated with panels illustrating the cycle of celestial bodies, the waxing and waning of the moon, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the procession of constellations across the ecliptic. This star corridor leads to a final sanctum, the sanctuary of the eternal dawn. Bathed in the light of the eastern horizon through an ingeniously designed light shaft, this room appears to glow from within at sunrise. Its walls are faced with creamy white limestone, engraved with scenes of dawn breaking over desert dunes, the sun's rays rendered as delicate filaments weaving through the sky. In the center stands an empty throne carved from a single piece of alabaster, its high back fluted like the petals of a lotus. No statue occupies the seat. Some believe it was reserved for the presence of the Divinian empty seat, symbolizing the god's ever-present spirit. Others suggest the throne was occupied only during solstice ceremonies, when a living king, adorned in royal regalia, sat to commune directly with the sunrise and affirm his divine mandate. As the sun rises fully above the horizon, its rays flood the sanctuary of the eternal dawn, illuminating the throne and the carved walls in a radiant tableau. In this moment, the entire Osirion seems to awaken, as though the centuries of silence dissolve into a single golden note. And in that note, one perceives the heartbeat of a civilization that sought to unite earth and sky, body and soul, past and future. When you finally step back into the desert's open air, the morning light feels charged with possibility, and the soft susurration of the sand underfoot carries the promise that the Osirion's mysteries remain, waiting to be heard by those who dare to listen. Retreating from the sanctuary, your footsteps carry you along the eastern colonnade, a row of 92 pillars carved from pale limestone. Each pillar is inscribed with a sequence of glyph-like symbols, some resembling letters, others more pictographic depictions of birds in flight, swirling vortices of water, and hands reaching skyward. These inscriptions, stretched end to end, form what modern epigraphers believe to be an epic poem, chronicling the birth of the cosmos, the descent of divine knowledge into the world, and the ultimate union of humanity with the eternal light. Fragmentary translations speak of the word that sings the worlds, the pulse that binds the living, and the path that leads beyond. As you trace your finger along the stones, the words seem to awaken beneath your touch, resonating not as mere language but as living chords woven into the fabric of the temple. Between every 4 pillars, low benches of polished basalt provide resting places, likely spots where pilgrims pause to recite passages from the poem, to meditate on its verses, or to receive guidance from priests. Some benches still bear traces of ochre pigment, suggesting they were once painted in rich reds and deep blues, stark against the pale columns. Tiny cavities in their surfaces mark where metal lanterns were affixed, casting flickering light upon the inscriptions and enhancing the ritual atmosphere after dusk. When torches were lit, the entire colonnade would have come alive in a dance of light and shadow, transforming stone into an otherworldly realm that blurred the boundaries between reality and vision. At the far end of the colonnade stands a monumental doorway, its lintel carved with an image of the sun as a great outstretched hand, 5 fingers radiating rays of light. Beneath it, the threshold bears an inlaid line of copperons polished to a brilliant sheen that aligns precisely with the first light of the vernal equinox. Crossing this threshold signified passage into a domain where time flowed differently, where past, present, and future converged in a spiral of renewal. Beyond the doorway lies a circular courtyard open to the sky, its perimeter marked by a low wall inset with 14 panels of basalt and sandstone. Each panel depicts a phase of the moon, from new to full and back again, reminding the visitor that all things live within cycles, subject to transformation and return. At the center of this courtyard, a solitary monolith rises from a plinth of red granite. This obelisk-like pillar, tapering to a point that once supported a golden capstone, bears inscriptions on all 4 faces. On one face, glyphs recount the creation of the world from a void of water. On another, the descent of a divine flame that ignited the spark of life. On the third, the forging of the first temple by hands guided by cosmic order. And on the fourth, the promise that one day, when the cycles align, the Osirion's deeper vaults will reawaken and reveal the final mysteries. Archaeologists call this the Pillar of Prophecy, noting that its language shifts subtly depending on the angle of sunlight, as though alive to the seasons and to the cycles it proclaims. Local Bedouin guides maintain that this courtyard was once filled with standing pools of water, fed by hidden channels beneath the stones. In the cool hours before dawn, the pools mirrored the sky so perfectly that observers believed they stood on the threshold between heaven and earth. On solstice mornings, the reflections aligned with the monolith, creating a visual doubling of the pillar's imagone above in the sky, the other below, in the water, symbolizing the duality of the human condition and the unity of opposites. Today, these pools lie empty, their channels silted with centuries of sediment, yet careful drainage and occasional flooding have restored the effect for experimental ceremonies conducted by heritage experts who report that standing in the courtyard at sunrise can evoke a profound sense of timelessness. From the courtyard, a final corridor extends southward, its walls unadorned, and its ceiling low, as if intentionally designed to compress the visitor's spirit before the culmination of the journey. The floor here is strewn with shards of pottery and scattered fragments of alabaster, remnants of offerings left by pilgrims over millennia. The corridor ends at a sealed door of basalt, fitted so tightly into its frame that no light penetrates the slightest crack. This is the Gate of Return, the point at which an initiate, having traversed the lengths of the Osirion's mysteries, from life's origins to death's river and back again, would symbolically re-emerge into the world above, reborn in consciousness and attuned to the deeper currents of existence. As you stand before the Gate of Return, the silence presses like a benediction. All around you, the stones hum with memory, the footsteps of countless seekers, the whispered invocations of long-dead priests, and the reverberations of cosmic harmonies encoded in every carved line. Though the door remains sealed, its presence speaks volumes. The Osirion's ultimate truths lie not in what is visible, but in what transcends sight, residing in the spaces between stone and shadow, word and silence, life and death. And as you step back into the desert once more, the wind carries a single grain of sand from the temple's heart, a silent emissary whispering that the journey of discovery never truly ends, it merely loops, like the cycles so reverently celebrated within this forgotten realm. As the sun climbs Hyre's arc, the desert's heat intensifies. Yet within the hidden corridors of the Osirion, the air remains cool and still, an oasis of calm in the heart of an ever-shifting wilderness. From the Gate of Return, a narrow flight of basalt steps ascends sharply, each tread worn smooth by countless feet, leading toward chambers that lie closer to the surface and to the world of light. These steps are flanked by low benches carved into the walls, their surfaces etched with tiny groove channels designed to catch the oil from ritual lamps, preventing the floor from growing slick with spillage during nocturnal rites. Here and there, small niches once held terracotta lamps, their soot-blackened interiors, silent witnesses to the countless evenings when torchlight chased back the darkness and illuminated the hidden mysteries of the subterranean realm. Partway up, you pause in a broad landing where the walls open into a shallow alcove, its domed ceiling inscribed with circles of varying sizes. Scholars call this the Chamber of Echo's Sister, for like the larger hall below, its acoustics are unnervingly pronounced. A whisper spoken against one wall drifts as a clear, resonant note to the opposite recess, as if carried by hidden currents of air. The alcove's centerpiece is a carved stone basin, its lip shaped like the petals of a lotus. Rumor holds that priests would fill this basin with water and sprinkle it in a ritual to honor the god of hidden things. The petals carry tiny grooves, suggesting that the water might have been poured to trace symbolic patterns, wheels of time, cycles of the cosmos, or perhaps lines of fate inscribed upon the liquid surface. Continuing upward, you reach a small antechamber, its walls lined with panels of polished limestone depicting processions of priests bearing gift bowls of grain, vessels of oil, incense burners trailing spirals of smoke. Above their heads float symbols of celestial bodies, crescents for the moon, disc shapes for the sun, and clusters of stars arranged in constellations. Between these panels, vertical shafts admit slender slivers of daylight, which at peak hours draw luminous stripes across the reliefs, conjuring dancing beams that animate the carved figures as though they move in silent worship. Here, the Osirion's architects achieved an almost cinematic effect, choosing light itself as a living medium to convey narrative and evoke awe. At the end of the antechamber looms a pair of towering doors hewn from black basalt, their surfaces so polished They appear like mirrors. Each door bears a single enormous emblem. On the left, the stylized eye of a hawk encircled by rays, symbolizing divine vigilance. On the right, a coiled serpent whose head and tail meet in an eternal loop, representing the cycle of time and infinity. The doors are metal-clad along their edges, bronze straps riveted with copper knobs, suggesting they were designed for repeated opening and closing, perhaps during seasonal ceremonies when the inner sanctum would be revealed to a select few. Pushing these doors aside, you enter the Chamber of Communion, the heart of the Osirion's spiritual life. This inner sanctum is a perfect cube, 20 cubits on each side, its walls sheathed in finer limestone than anywhere else in the complex. The stones fit together so precisely that the seams are imperceptible. When you press your hand against the wall, you feel only the cool, smooth surface, as if touching water. 4 narrow windows, positioned at eye level, open onto the desert beyond. They are too small to admit warmth, yet they frame exact views of the horizon where sun and sand meet. At dawn and dusk, the light through these windows shifts, casting pale gold and pink hues across the chamber's interior, evoking the glow of sunrise and sunset within the stony enclosure. Dominating the center of the room is a dais of white alabaster, its shape reminiscent of a stepped pyramid in miniature. On its topmost tier rests a single, unadorned bowl of copper, polished until it shimmers like liquid metal. Local lore maintains that this bowl once contained the last drops of the sacred spring, drawn carefully so as not to touch the walls of lesser basins. Initiates were said to drink from this bowl in a final rite, pledging themselves to the path of knowledge and rebirth. The bowl's surface bears tiny scratches, microscopic grooves, left by centuries of handling, telltale scars of countless lips seeking the water's blessing. Around the alabaster dais, 4 slender pillars carved from rose-colored granite stand at the room's corners. Their capitals are carved in the shape of open lotus blossoms, their petals curling outward as though to welcome the sky itself. Between each pillar, the walls are inscribed with passages in the pre-dynastic script, each text bordered by narrow bands depicting knotted ropes, a symbol of unity and continuity. Epigraphers have translated fragments. He who drinks the endless waters transcends the wheel of death, and in the stillness between breaths, the path to eternity is revealed. Yet much remains indecipherable, for the language's grammar and syntax have no known parallels, leaving scholars to puzzle over its mysteries like travelers lost in an unfamiliar wilderness. Ritual residue analysis reveals trace compounds of frankincense, myrrh, and the resin of tamarisk trees materials, whose fragrances would have filled the chamber, mingling in an olfactory tapestry of sanctity. Pollen grains discovered in sediment beneath the dais include species native not to Egypt's deserts but to distant highlands, suggesting that the Osirion's priests maintained trade networks stretching across continents to procure rare botanical ingredients for their ceremonies. In this isolated cube of stone, the world converged in microcosm, the waters of deep aquifers, the scents of foreign lands, and the light of sunrises and sunsets, all woven into a ritual framework aimed at uniting the initiate's soul with the cosmos. Leaving the Chamber of Communion, your footsteps retrace the path back through the antechamber and star-lit alcove, descending the basalt steps into the Hall of Echoes' sister and beyond. Each corridor, Each niche, each carved relief reveals another layer of intent, artistry, and devotion. The Osirion was no static monument. It was a living temple, activated by movement, light, sound, and sent a total work of sacred art designed to guide the spirit through realms seen and unseen. And though centuries of disuse have silenced its rituals, its stones still vibrate with the echo of invisible currents, inviting those who enter to listen, remember, and become part of its unfolding story. Descending from the higher sanctums toward the earth's surface, you find yourself in a long, gently sloping corridor whose walls are undecorated, save for the occasional chisel mark visible under torchlight. This corridor, known as the Passage of Return, seems intentionally austere counterpoint to the ornate chambers above, reminding initiates that true wisdom lies not in ornament, but in the inner journey. The floor is perfectly level, cut from a single expanse of limestone, and the ceiling is only as high as necessary to avoid claustrophobia, creating a sense of subdued containment that fosters introspection. Partway along the passage, a narrow slit in the ceiling admits a single beam of sunlight, which at midday falls precisely onto a small indentation in the floor. Here, pilgrims would pause to meditate, kneeling before the tiny pool of light as though it were a fire burning in the darkness. Inscriptions nearby read, "In the spark of spirit is the forge of transformation," suggesting that this moment of gentle illumination served as a final lesson in perception, teaching that even a sliver of light can pierce the deepest shadows. At the corridor's end, you emerge into a broad, shallow basin carved into bedrock, its floor engraved with undulating lines that converge in a spiral pattern. Water once flowed here from a concealed conduit, gently lapping at the carved channels and tracing the spiral's curve symbolic of the soul's descent into the body and its return to the divine. Though now the basin is dry, tests of mineral deposits confirm its function as a font for ritual cleansing, a baptismal pool in which initiates cleanse themselves of the ties to their former selves before re-entering the world above. Exiting the basin, you climb a final set of steps that break through to a truncated corridor opening under an arch of rough-hewn limestone. Here, the air carries the scent of sun-baked rock and hot wind, a stark contrast to the scented stillness below. You step into an antechamber, half filled with sand, light filtering through collapsed sections of the ceiling to form shifting patterns on the floor. This sunlit vestibule, weathered by centuries of exposure, frames the desert beyond as though the sea frames a gateway, reminding you that the realm of stone and ritual you've traversed lies cocooned beneath this shifting tapestry of sand and sky. In the center of the vestibule stands a low altar of chipped granite, its edges softened by wind and time. Across its surface, ancient graffiti appears in both hieratic script and crude Bedouin petroglyphs, names, dates, symbols of the eye and hand, marks left by countless visitors seeking to claim a small measure of connection with the temple's power. While modern archaeologists decry such defacements, these marks also testify to the Osirion's enduring allure, its ability to draw hearts across millennia toward its silent promise of mystery and transformation. Stepping beyond the vestibule, you pass through a final basalt doorway, its threshold worn smooth by the soles of travelers' shoes, emerging at last into the warm embrace of the Egyptian sun. The air here feels alive. Every breeze carries the whisper of shifting dunes, the distant cry of desert birds, and the hint of eternity that lingers around the buried halls below. As you shade your eyes, you see the desert's golden waves stretching to the horizon, punctuated by solitary acacia trees that stand like silent sentinels, guardians of the buried wonders. Turning back, you spot the barely discernible outline of the entry arch, a dark aperture set in a modest mound of sand and stone. From this vantage, the Osirion's entrance seems no more than a natural recess in the bedrock, its grandeur concealed by age and the desert's embrace. Yet you know that beneath this unassuming threshold lies a world of chilling depths and soaring heights, an intricate symphony of light, sound, water, and stone crafted to guide human souls through the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. And so you depart, carrying in your mind the silent hymn of the Osirion, a song sung not in words but in the geometry of halls, the whisper of water on stone, the caress of light in darkness, and the resonant hush that follows each footstep. This hymn remains etched in the desert's heart, waiting for each new pilgrim to listen and, perhaps, to add their own stanza to the eternal song of a civilization that chose to speak the language of the cosmos and, in doing so, left a testament that no wind, no sand, no passage of centuries can wholly erase. Emerging from the vestibule's sun-washed threshold, you find yourself on a narrow causeway of packed sand leading toward a fragmented stone pavilion, a remnant of what was once the Osirion's outer colonnade. The pavilion's arches frame the desert beyond like living paintings, endless dunes hewn by wind, pale against a vault of sky that shifts from rose to azure in the morning light. Yet even here, the Osirion's presence is palpable. Beneath your feet, the sand is streaked with darker grains of crushed quartzite and basalt, particles carried up from the subterranean chambers where water still flows. In this quiet expanse, the boundary between the buried temple and the open desert feels porous, as though each footstep stirs echoes from both above and below ground. Passing through one of the pavilion's remaining arches, you arrive at a cluster of low walls and foundation traces of auxiliary buildings now half swallowed by shifting dunes. Archaeologists have identified these as service quarters, living spaces for priests and initiates, storerooms for grain and incense, and workshops where artisans carved ritual implements. Fragmentary pottery shards scattered among the stones bear painted spirals and star motifs, echoing the geometric language found deep within the temple. Flint flakes and obsidian blades testify to daily labors, cutting stone, fashioning tools, mixing pigments. Here, the mundane intersected with the sacred. Each act of preparation was itself a ritual, a step on the path toward the Osirion's deeper mysteries. Beyond the ruins lies a shallow depression, once a garden courtyard, where unusual plant species thrived. Today, the courtyard is parched, its channels of irrigation silted, but careful excavation has uncovered root cavities of date palms and tamarisks, and pollen analyses reveal traces of pomegranate, fig, and blue lotus. In antiquity, this oasis would have offered respite and refreshment, its shaded benches a canvas for reflection before entering the temple's shadowy depths. Frescoes graced the walls fragmentary today with images of cascading water and fountains shaped like lotus blossoms. These frescoes, painted in hues of deep blue and emerald green, would have glowed in lamplight, reinforcing the illusion of a verdant sanctuary at the desert's heart. Skirting this courtyard, you approach a line of earthen mounds that mark the remains of what may have been the Osirion's necropolis. Though the tombs themselves are lost, the mound's distribution suggests a deliberate layotrose of shallow graves, aligned to face the temple's entrance. Grave goods recovered here include pottery vessels, copper tools, and small amulets carved from shell and bone. Osteological analyses of scattered human remains indicate individuals of varied ages and health, implying that initiates of different ranks, young and old, male and female, were interred here after completing the temple's rites. The presence of exotic shells from the Red Sea and turquoise beads from Sinai hints at a wide network of pilgrimage, those who journeyed great distances to partake in the Osirion's promise of renewal. Walking along a ridge overlooking these burial mounds, you spot a solitary obelisk, part of a larger alignment that included twin pillars standing guard at the temple's approach. Now, one obelisk leans precariously, its surface pitted by wind-blown sand. Yet, its inscriptions remain legible, a dedication to the unseen light which dawns within the hearts of all. Beneath this sentiment, a line of pre-dynastic glyphs describes the obelisk's erection during a festival when the moon stands full above the horizon. Here, the dead and the living converged, pilgrims and priests gathering beneath the full moon, celebrating the cycle of life even as they honored those who had passed through the gate of return. From the obelisk, a faint path leads down to a concealed entrancea, narrow fissure in a limestone outcrop, partly obscured by dunes and vegetation. This entrance, known to Bedouin guides as the Whispering Crack, descends into a small cave that scholars believe served as a hermitage. Within, the walls are decorated with simple carvings, a single pair of lotus blossoms flanking a disc, and beneath them, an inscription reading, "Silence begets sight." The cave's floor is level and smooth, suggesting that seekers once lived here in solitude, fasting and meditating to prepare for deeper immersion in the temple's rites. A small basin carved into the ledge held water drawn from the temple's spring, carried in skins down a hidden route. Here, the hermit renounced the world's distractions, attuning mind and body to the rhythms of earth and cosmos before rejoining the temple's communal ceremonies. Leaving the Whispering Crack, you circle back toward the pavilion and the entrance cairn that conceals the main doorway. As you approach, the afternoon light sharpens the contrast between stone and shadow, highlighting the subtle contours of the water-smoothed arch. For a moment, you hesitate, wondering whether to return beneath the sands once more, to wander the labyrinth of halls humming with ancient resonance. But even as the wind stirs, you sense the desert's invitation to linger above ground, to carry the Osirion's whispers into the open air, and to live with the knowledge that beneath your feet lies a realm of infinite depth. As the sun dips toward the western horizon, painting the sky in bands of amber and violet, the desert around the Osirion transforms into a cathedral of color. Shadows lengthen across the dunes, and a cool breeze rises, sifting through the broken arches of the pavilion and stirring the sands in silent spirals. This is the hour when the temple's geometry aligns once more with the sky's changing light, and for those who stand at the entrance cairn, The hidden chambers seem to pulse in response, an unspoken dialogue between heaven and rock. Drawing near the cairn, you notice an oblique shaft of golden light, slicing through a tiny aperture above the doorway, landing on the carved grooves of the arch's inner lip. These grooves, invisible when the sun is high, become defined at dusk, casting elongated shadows that trace the contours of the arch like veins of living wood. This fleeting spectacle marks the time of Vespers, a twilight ceremony once conducted by temple priests who awaited the sun's farewell to offer hymns of gratitude and renewal. The alignment endures centuries after the last priest extinguished his lamp, reminding modern visitors that the Osirion remains a living Kalendara monument to cycles that transcend human lifespans. Behind the arch, you step once more into the corridor, where phosphorescent mineral veins glimmer faintly in the dusk's afterlight. The air here is cool, the silence profound. As you advance, the corridor splits in two, one fork descending toward the submerged passages, the other rising toward an as-yet unexplored chamber rumored to exist just below the surface. Guided by the Bedouin elders' accounts of a hidden hatch near the antechamber of the high corridors, you follow a narrow ascending tunnel whose walls bear faint traces of pigmented ochre smears, perhaps marking this path for initiates who had achieved the temple's highest degree. The tunnel opens into a low-ceilinged chamber, no more than 20 feet across, its walls covered in a dense network of painted lines forming interlaced geometric patterns. These patterns differ from the carved reliefs elsewhere. They were executed with swift brushstrokes, using natural pigments of red, black, and white. The effect is visceral-like, the sketched blueprint of the Osirion's deepest mysteries, hastily transposed onto these walls for those few whose hearts could bear the truth. In the chamber's center lies a shallow pit filled with fine sand. At its edge, a set of wooden implements, now relics themselves, once used to draw diagrams in the sand as part of an esoteric ritual. According to rare accounts, initiates would trace the lines with closed eyes, allowing the geometry's vibrations to guide their inner vision before stepping through a secret hatch in the wall. Examining the far wall, you discover a rectangular panel of unfired clay embedded within the stone. Its surface, preserved by the dry air, bears an inscription in the pre-hieroglyphic script, carefully incised with a stylus. Though partially eroded, the text begins with an invocation: by the pulse within the spiral, by the turn of the wheel, reveal the path where sight transcends form. The remainder of the inscription is indecipherable fragments, tantalizing clues to a sequence of words or melodies lost to time. Some scholars theorize that this clay panel represents the only surviving record of the Osirion's ultimate liturgia, spoken or sung rite that, when performed with precise intent, unlocked the temple's final revelation. On the chamber's opposite side, a low hatch in the floor, sealed by stone slabs, challenges the brave to uncover what lies beneath. Modern attempts to lift the hatch have been thwarted by its extraordinary weight and by the hatch's integration into a mechanism of interlocking levers and counterweights. It seems designed to resist careless entry, opening only when the proper sequence of words or actions encoded in the lost liturgy was performed. Thus, the chamber remains silent, a testament to the temple builders' desire to preserve their deepest secrets for those deemed worthy. Reluctantly retracing your steps, you return through the winding tunnel and into the twilight corridor. where the phosphorescent veins now glow softly, as if acknowledging your passage. Emerging at the entrance arch, you pause to gaze back as the desert sky darkens and the first stars appear. The arch stands as a silent portal between two worlds, the known and the unknowable, the temporal and the eternal. You realize that for all the mapping, the surveying, the interpreting, there remains an expanse of mystery that defies excavation or analysis. And yet the Osirion's true legacy may not rest in its hidden chambers or its subterranean rivers, but in the invitation it extends to dwell within cycles of discovery, to embrace the interplay of light and shadow, and to honor the pulse that weaves together stone and spirit, earth and sky. As a single star flares above the desert horizon, you carry in your heart the understanding that some doors are meant not to be opened, but to guide the seeker on an endless journey, one that circles back upon itself, forever unfolding beneath the sands of time. The desert night deepens as you step once more beneath the water-smoothed arch of the Osirion's entrance, the torch in your hand casting a warm circle of light that pushes back the surrounding darkness. Behind you, the sky is a tapestry of stars, but here, the only points of luminescence are the veins of mineral phosphorescence dancing across the walls. The air feels alive with history, every inhalation carrying the weight of centuries, every exhalation drawing you further into the living heart of this stone labyrinth. Ahead lies the corridor of whispers, so named for the way even the faintest sound echo. A shifting foot travels its length and seems to multiply into a chorus of echoes. The walls here bear shallow grooves carved at irregular intervals, once fitted with metal wires that hummed when the breeze passed through, creating an eerie undertone beneath the chamber's ambient silence. Modern acoustic engineers have speculated that these wires were tuned to specific frequencies, combining with the corridor's natural resonance to produce a low drone thought to prime the mind for altered states, heightening suggestibility and fostering a collective sense of anticipation among initiates. As you advance, you notice that the floor, unlike the smooth limestone of the Passage of Return, is paved with small tesserae of black basalt and pale limestone arranged in a pattern of interlacing waves. Each wave crest aligns with a drip line from the dripping stone above, ensuring that every footstep presses through a small pool of water before sliding onto dry stone, the cool moisture awakening the senses and reinforcing the feeling of passage between worlds. The corridor bends twice, first to the left and then to the right, so that no direct line of sight exists between entry and exit, an intentional design that disorients and humbles, reminding pilgrims that they have left the familiar world far behind. Emerging from the final bend, you enter the Gateway Pavilion, a vast chamber whose ceiling rests on slender columns carved with the figures of intertwined serpents and lotus blooms. Here, the architect elevated the roof so high that the flicker of torchlight seems almost distant, the vaulted space feeling like an open sky enclosed in stone. Suspended from iron hooks inset in the pillars, once hung braziers of fragrant resin cedar, frankincense, and myrrh that filled the chamber with heady smoke, softening its edges and making the flame's halo dance upon the walls. The air here would have been thick with scent and low with reverence, every breath a ritual offering itself. At the center of the pavilion stands a circular dais of red granite, its surface inscribed with a double helix, spiraling outward from a central point. The helix's arms curve in opposing directions, their grooves just wide enough for water to trace a path when poured. According to fragmented texts, priests would anoint the dais with spring water infused with aromatic oils, while chanting incantations to invoke the twin flames, cosmic forces of creation and dissolution. In the candlelit haze, the helix design would glow as the liquid caught the light, guiding pilgrims to trace its curves with their fingers, following the path of shumming, life, and then back again, symbolically enacting the eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Encircling the dais, 8 narrow passageways each, barely wide enough for 2 abreast branch off towards smaller sanctuaries. These side chambers bear individual dedications to elemental deities, the guardian of flame, whose niche still holds traces of ash and burnt offerings, the keeper of tides, where shallow basins once filled with spring water house readings of the moon's phases, the breath of sky, marked by carvings of birds in flight high upon the walls, and 5 more, their original appellations lost to history, but whose reliefs hint at precincts of earth, ether, shadow, and the ineffable void between worlds. Each sanctuary served as a station in the pilgrim's journey, a step deeper into both the temple and the self. In one such chamber, dedicated to the breath of sky, a shaft in the ceiling focuses the morning sun onto a bronze disc inset in the floor, warming it until it gleams like molten metal. Pilgrims would kneel here at dawn, gazing upward through the shaft as the sun's rays pierced the darkness, imagining their spirits ascending on solar beams. Above them, high reliefs of winged figures, neither wholly human nor bird, occupy the upper walls, their outstretched arms beckoning the initiate to transcend earthly bounds. The sanctuary of the Guardian of Flame contains a recessed hearth built into the rock floor, its walls blackened with centuries of fires. Inscriptions warn that only pure hearts may kindle this flame, lest its heat consume more than kindling. Yet plaster casts of scorch marks and metallic residues attest that ritual fires burned here long after the main temple had been abandoned, tended by hermits and secret cults who revered the Osirion's lingering power. Some 19th century explorers reported hearing faint crackling noises from this chamber at night, attributing them to shifting stones, while others believed it the echo of a fire that never truly died. Exiting the pavilion by the opposite portal, you descend a narrow flight of limestone steps into the underpass of echoed dreams. Unlike the corridor of whispers, this tunnel's acoustics create a pronounced reverb that transforms every sound into a layered Carusa whisper, becomes a susurration of countless voices. The walls here bear traces of pigment in shades of deep crimson and azure, forming indistinct scenes of processions, celestial bodies, and what might be ritual dances. Archaeologists have posited that pilgrims, guided by the distant crackle of torchlight from the pavilion above, would walk this tunnel in meditative silence, absorbing the psychedelic echoes and the half-glimpsed imagery as a means of dissolving the ego's boundaries. After an uncounted number of steps worn smooth by sandstone abrasion, you arrive at a subterranean gallery known as the Hall of Azure Dreams. Its ceiling is painted in spots with remains of a deep blue pigment derived from lapis lazuli, meticulously applied in star-like points. Between these celestial motifs, Glyphs in white pigment depict swirling whirlpools of water, converging into a central vortex. The walls bear benches carved in undulating shapes, inviting pilgrims to sit and gaze into the darkness, their eyes adjusting to the faint phosphorescence that seeps from cracks in the limestone. In this chamber, the interplay of color, light, and echo was designed to induce a hypnagogic state bridge between waking and dreaming, where initiates might recall visions of the afterlife or encounter protective spirits of the netherworld. No modern visitor has yet dared to spend more than a few minutes in the Hall of Azure Dreams. Early explorers reported dizziness, accelerated heartbeat, and vivid dreams upon exiting. Some spoke of encountering ancestral apparitions in the desert night. Folklore attributes these phenomena to the Osirion's deliberate design, a crucible of sensory stimuli crafted to guide the soul beyond the veil, to confront inner fears and emerge enlightened. Whether such experiences result from psychoacoustics, residual plant compounds in the air, or something more enigmatic, remains a subject of passionate debate among researchers and mystics alike. Retracing your path, you ascend back through the underpass of echo dreams, past the sanctuaries of flame and sky, and return to the gateway pavilion. Here, a final set of steps leads upward through a narrow shaft carved into the rock, its surface polished to a slick sheen by centuries of use. The shaft spirals gently, drawing you toward its opening, a shaft of twilight, light that beckons with the promise of revelation. Emerging into a small chamber just below the desert surface, you find yourself surrounded by earthen walls and a scattering of debris from past excavations. Above, the ceiling has collapsed in places, allowing moonlight to spill in. In the quiet silver glow, you sense that this chamber, too, was once alive with purpose perhaps, a secret storehouse for sacred texts, or a hallowed retreat for the temple's highest adepts. Though the plaster walls are now flaking, faint traces of gold leaf cling to a faint mural of intertwined snakes and lotus blossoms, hinting at allegorical teachings forever lost to time. And so you stand, on the cusp of the temple's final secrets, with the desert night pressing close and the torch long since spent. All around you, the stones whisper of rites enacted, of lives dedicated to perfection of body and spirit, of the eternal spiral that binds all things. Here, at the threshold of the buried world and the night sky above, you carry forward the Osirion's legacy not as mere observer, but as part of an unbroken chain of seekers, each drawn by the promise of transformation, each guided by the silent call of stone and sand. The chamber of drifting moonlight yields to a narrow gallery descending steeply toward the temple's deepest bowels. This descent, often called the spiral of silence, is relentless. Each step echoes only once, then fades, as though absorbed by an unseen void. The walls are unadorned bare limestone, stripped of the elaborate carvings and pigments found above, conveying a sense of austerity and concentration. Here, the pilgrim's senses are deprived of color and ornament, focusing awareness on the act of descent itself, the measured rhythm of footfall, and the encompassing hush. At the spiral's nadir, you pass through a low lintel carved with a single emblem, 2 concentric circles linked by 8 radial lines, like a wheel in miniature. This symbol, known as the Wheel of Ascent, appears repeatedly throughout the Osirion, but never so starkly as here, marking the boundary between lower and upper realms, between the impulse toward dissolution and the call to rise again. Beyond the lintel, a short tunnel opens into the chamber of the hidden flame, the temple's ultimate sanctuary, accessible only to those who journeyed through every trial. The entrance to this chamber is flanked by two monolithic statues, each over 10 feet tall, carved from a single block of black basalt. One figure holds aloft a flame carved from translucent quartz. The other cradles an inverted chalice sculpted from alabaster. Though centuries of calcite incrustation have dulled their features, the statues still convey a sense of solemn authority, guardians of the Osirion's most sacred divine spark. Between them, a portcullis of bronze slats woven like a lattice bars the way. The slats bear faint inscriptions in the pre-dynastic script. Only fire reborn through water may pass. This riddle hints at the ritual required to open the gate, but no record survives describing the precise sequence of elements or words. Inside, the chamber of the hidden flame stretches into an expansive elliptical hall, its walls clad in polished granite that reflects torchlight like black glass. In the center burns a perpetual fire, fed by natural gas vents beneath the stone floor. Modern geologists have confirmed seeps of methane and other hydrocarbons in the region, likely tapped by the temple builders through primitive boreholes that have since collapsed. Above the flame, an oculus in the ceiling frames a single star Sirius, visible only for a brief moment each evening, when the celestial alignment is exact. At that instant, rumored accounts say, the flame's hue changes from gold to pale blue, and the room resonates with a deep humming, as though awakened by a cosmic chord. Surrounding the fire, low stone benches form a ring, each seat carved with a lozenge pattern hand-inlaid with copper wire. Pilgrims who attained this chamber did so at great personal cost. Many died in the submerged passages. Many more succumbed to the psychological strain of the spiral of silence. Those who reached the hidden flame were said to be chosen vessels, their bodies purified through trials of darkness, water, and silence. Here, they would partake in the final ritual, the drinking of the flame. A copper goblet, stored in a niche carved into the rock near the hearth, was passed among the initiates, each taking a sip of oil distilled from the sacred spring and infused with resin and aromatics. This libation, warmed by the eternal fire, was believed to ignite the divine spark within the soul, binding it forever to the cycles of cosmic creation. The chamber's walls bear rare inscriptions in both the pre-dynastic script and an early form of hieratic. These glyphs recount the Osirion's origin myth, that humanity was born from a fusion of star, fire, and earth water, guided by an eternal triad of flame, water, and silence. The text speaks of the first architect, who carved the sanctuary from living rock to house the divine flame, and to serve as a beacon for all who sought transcendence. Though eroded in places, the inscriptions form a coherent narrative. In the beginning, the cosmos stirred. From the seed of flame and the embrace of water came breath. Thus, the hidden flame watched, awaiting the day when mortal hearts would remember their celestial heritage. Archaeological fragments hint at post-ancient uses of the chamber. Bronze oil lamps dating to the Greco-Roman period have been found wedged behind statues, and fragments of Coptic crosses scratched into the rock suggest Christian hermits repurposed the space as a refuge from the external world. Medieval legends tell of a hall of living fire, where monks sought divine visions, though by the time these stories reached scribes, the chamber's location had been obscured by shifting sands and the collapse of upper corridors. Today, access to the Chamber of the Hidden Flame is restricted to researchers under strict conservation protocols. Specialized ventilation systems ensure that the methane-fed flame remains stable, and remote sensors monitor structural integrity to prevent catastrophic collapse. Yet even in modern times, few have gazed upon that dancing core of light, and fewer still have experienced the moment when the fire's glow shifts to sapphire blue. Those rare witnesses speak of an overwhelming sensation, a profound clarity that transcends words, a sense of communion with both the earliest dawn of creation and the uncharted futures that lie beyond mortality. Emerging from the hidden flame, you retrace your steps up the spiral of silence, each echo muted now by the knowledge of what lies below. The Chamber of Azure Dreams, the Gateway Pavilion, the Hall of Azure bear fresh resonance, their purposes refracted through the lens of the final sanctuary. Climbing at last into the desert night, you stand on the dune above the entrance cairn. The stars wheel lodging overhead, and the wind carries the faint hum of subterranean waters. The Osirion secret is not simply in its stones or its rites, but in the unbroken continuum it represents, an eternal testament to humanity's yearning to touch the divine, to master the cycles of nature, and to remember that in the deepest depths of our hearts, a hidden flame still burns. As the first pale light of dawn filters through the fissures above, you find yourself once again at the threshold of the Osirion, the desert breeze stirring grains of sand at your feet. The fractured archway, its smooth limestone lip worn by time, beckons you into the depths where shadows still hold court. Today, you follow the narrow, sand-choked corridor that branches off from the spiral of Silencian, almost hidden passage known as the Corridor of Petals. Its walls bear bas-reliefs of lotus blossoms at various stages of bloom, closed buds, half-opened flowers, and wide, unfurled petals whose delicate veins are carved with exquisite precision. Though centuries of sand have dulled the edges, the organic curves remain unmistakable, a testament to the sculptor's devotion to natural forms. Beneath each lotus relief, a shallow basin is carved into the stone floor. Residue analysis reveals traces of essential oils: jasmine, blue lotus, mandrake conce poured here as offerings. The oils would pool in these basins, their fragrances rising to mingle with the dust-filled air, coaxing the pilgrim's mind into a dreamlike state, even before reaching the chamber ahead. As you step lightly between the basins, the scent of ancient blooms seems to linger, as though the ghosts of forgotten ceremonies still echo in the walls. The corridor curves gently until it opens into a circular antechamber, its domed ceiling carved with concentric rings that converge on a central oculus. Through this opening, a slender shaft of light pierces the gloom, sweeping across the room as the sun climbs. The effect is hypnotic. Each day, at exactly the third hour, the beam aligns with a set of painted blossoms on the northern wall, illuminating them in fiery gold and crimson. Scholars refer to this as the ceremony of the petal light, theorizing that priests timed sacred hymns to coincide with the beam's arrival, singing in unison to awaken the chamber's symbolic heart. From the antechamber, 3 low passages radiate outward like the stamen of a great flower. You choose the middle path, marked by a relief of an open blossom whose petals bear minute glyphs in the pre-hieroglyphic script. Beneath these glyphs, the floor is a mosaic of glass tesseract turquoise, amber, and cobalt that catch the torchlight and gleam like dew. Each mosaic tile is set at a slight angle, an ingenious design that channels dripping water into concealed channels, preventing puddles while refracting light across the curved walls in shimmering patterns. The corridor slopes downward and narrows until you enter the chamber of blossoming silence. Here, the air is impossibly still. The only sound, the faint drip of water into a central basin. Walls of pale limestone curve inward without seams, creating an acoustic cocoon in which every whisper is amplified, then absorb beta sensation of sound fading into nothingness. Along the walls, reliefs of figures kneeling before giant lotus flowers suggest that initiates were meant to sit here, eyes closed, breathing in the humid air scented with floral oils, meditating in the pregnant hush until light and shadow merged at the edges of perception. At the chamber's center, a low dais, shaped like a half-blooming lotus, holds a shallow pool of water. Etched around its rim are inscriptions reading, "In the heart of the flower sleeps the breath of worlds." Modern researchers have speculated that the pool once held a mixture of spring water and powdered gemstone quartz, or lapis, producing a subtle shimmer that, combined with the room's acoustics, induced trance-like states. The effect, they believe, was both visual and auditory. As participants hovered between wakefulness and reverie, the dancing light on the water and the amplified silence enveloped them in a profound sense of unity with the temple's living stone. Emerging from the chamber of blossoming silence, you return to the antechamber and follow the eastern passage, whose walls bear reliefs of hands releasing birds into flight. These hands, carved in deep relief, seem to pour forth a flock of avian forms ascending toward the ceiling's painted sky. Beneath them, engravings describe rites of liberation. Set free the winged soul, that it may soar between worlds. The passage widens into the Hall of Released Wings, a vast rectangular room whose ceiling once held suspended bronze bird figurines swung by metal wires to catch currents of air. Though few wires remain, their anchor points on the walls mark a grid that would have orchestrated the bird's gentle motion, casting shifting silhouettes that moved like living mosaics across the stone floor. In one corner of the hall stands a pedestal carved from pink alabaster, its surface inlaid with minute copper threads. On top rests a broken bowl of translucent onyx, fragments of which lie scattered around its base. Loosening the debris reveals a hidden compartment beneath the pedestal, inside of which you discover a small scroll jar sealed with resin. Breaking the seal, you find a delicate papyrus scroll, its edges brittle but the ink surprisingly legible. The text, written in early hieratic script, describes a rite of skyward union, outlining how initiates would gaze into the moving shadows of the suspended birds and recite incantations to call forth their own spiritual wings. Though only a fragment, this scroll offers a glimpse of a rite that invoked both the desert's breeze and the temple's engineered acoustics to lift the soul beyond its earthly confines. With the scroll carefully stored, you navigate a narrow return passage whose walls display abstract motifs, spirals, waves, and interwoven linees echoing the petal designs encountered earlier. This visual language, you realize, forms a coherent grammar: the spiral of birth, the pod of the bud, the bloom of existence, and the scattering of seeds into the wind. Following these motifs leads you back to the corridor of petals, where dawn's full light now filters in, reminding you that the journey through life, death, and rebirth is eternal, unfolding in cycles as inexorable as the rising sun and the blossoming flower. From the corridor of petals, your path ascends toward the chambers associated with water's transformative power. You step into the aquatic vestibule, a broad hall dominated by a central trough carved from a single block of basalt. Within this trough lies a mosaic of turquoise and green stones, forming the image of a coiled serpent, its head poised at the eastern end. Water would have flowed gently over the mosaic, giving life to the serpent's form and reinforcing its symbolism of renewal and hidden knowledge. Along the walls, niches once held bronze vessels that channeled water from the subterranean springs, their curved spouts directing rivulets into the trough in ceremonial cadence. At the far end of the vestibule, a raised dais bears inscriptions declaring, "He who drinks of the serpent's water shall see the undercurrents of the world." On either side of the dais, low steps descend into what appears to be a shallow pool, its floor inlaid with glassy quartz that catches torchlight in prismatic flashes. In antiquity, initiates would enter this pool, submerge themselves, and then drink from the trough, part symbolic immersion, part baptismal act, believing the water itself carried the memory of the temple's origins. To the south, you notice a narrow archway leading into the Hall of Water Mirrors. Exiting the pool and stepping through this arch, you find yourself in a rectangular chamber lined with polished black limestone. Along each long wall, a recessed basin filled with water stretches the length of the room, its surface so still it perfectly reflects the vaulted ceiling and the rocky silhouette of the archway entrance. At one end stands a carved niche housing a bronze mirror, now tarnished, supported by a lotus-shaped base. In the flickering light of your torch, the basin's reflections multiply endlessly, creating the illusion of infinite halls receding into shadow, an effect that ancient priests likely employed to symbolize the boundless depth of the soul and the unknowable reaches of the afterlife. The floor here is a mosaic of shifting tile patterns, ripples, diamonds, and chevrons that seem to undulate beneath your feet. Standing at the room's center, you feel as though you balance atop a living surface, its reflections and refractions disorienting your sense of solidity. According to surviving texts, participants stood here at dusk, gazing into the mirrored waters as night fell, practicing rituals of vision in which the reflection served as a portal to glimpse the hidden world beneath the desert sands. Some early explorers reported seeing faint shapes in the mirror's dark forms gliding beneath the water's surface, though whether these were actual apparitions or the play of light and shadow remains debated. Leaving the mirrored hall by a side doorway, you follow a corridor decorated with wave-like carvings that seem to ripple beneath your torch. This corridor descends into the subterranean aquifer chamber, where the air grows damp and cool. The ceiling here is sculpted in irregular undulations, mimicking the carved vaults of waves paused in mid-crest. Along the walls, arched niches hold ceramic jars filled with mineral samples taken from the spring's various depths. Each jar bears an inscription identifying its source: heart spring, bedrock, fissure, deep channel, suggesting that the priests conducted systematic studies of the water's properties for both practical and ritual purposes. At the chamber's heart, a sandstone dais encircles a central shaft of water. This shaft, nearly a foot in diameter, bubbles up through a carved aperture before disappearing into a hidden conduit below, its source invisible in the chamber's gloom. A carved inscription warns, "Do not gaze too long upon the well, lest the currents of memory overwhelm the mind." Modern hydrologists confirm that the shaft connects to a pressurized aquifer, producing a steady flow even when the desert above is bone dry. The priests likely harness this phenomenon to reinforce the sanctuary's supernatural aura water from the earth's depths, emerging where mortals could touch it. From the aquifer chamber, a short, steep staircase ascends back into drier rock, leading to an oval room known as the Hall of Echoing Pools. Here, 4 shallow basins are arranged in a cross pattern, each lined with white limestone. When filled, they reflect torchlight onto the low, domed ceiling, creating a canopy of dancing rays that shift with the water's surface. Embedded speakers' small, carved apertures in the wall sounds projected the sound of dripping water from hidden channels, creating a surround sound effect that turned the hall into an immersive environment. Pilgrims would recline on benches carved into the periphery, absorbing the symphony of water and light, entering a state of contemplative stillness. Exiting the Hall of Echoing Pools, you pass through a small antechamber whose walls are painted in chipped frescoes depicting the Osirion festival of senseware. Priests processed aromatic resins through the water to infuse it with fragrance. Though faded now, you make out images of lotus petals floating on the surface, of copper vessels pouring amber oil, and of participants breathing deeply as the odors wafted through the mist. This sensory layering sound, sight, scent demonstrates the Osirion's holistic approach to ritual, engaging all the senses to dissolve boundaries between self and environment. Finally, you climb a short flight of steps and emerge onto a raised terrace overlooking a hidden courtyard. The terrace's low parapet is worn smooth, and beyond it lie the sunlit ruins of canal channels once fed by the temple's spring, their courses now dry but still traceable in the pale stones. The scene before you: broken walls, sediment-filled channels, distant dunases, both ruin and revelation, a reminder that the life of the Osirion was inseparable from the waters coursing beneath its foundations. As the morning sun warms your shoulders, you carry with you the memory of these liquid chamber echoes of a civilization that harnessed water's mystery to transform body, mind, and soul. From the terrace overlooking the dried canal channels, you descend a narrow stairway hewn into the limestone cliff, its treads worn by countless pilgrim feet. This stairway leads to the Ember Gallery, a long, low-ceilinged hall whose walls are sheathed in obsidian panels so polished they reflect torchlight like liquid night. Here, the Osirion's mastery of fire is on full display. Along each side run recessed braziers hewn directly into the rock, once fed by concealed channels carrying charcoal and oil. Even now, the faint scent of burnt resin lingers in the chamber's cool air, hinting at rites of purification and transformation that took place here. As you proceed, the floor tesserae shift from geometric patterns to entwined flames, their tongues licking upward in carved relief. Some flames bear small inlaid garnets that catch the light in flickering glints of red. Inscriptions above each brazier warn, "Consume the old to awaken the new," suggesting that initiates here ritually burned garments, manuscripts, or other tokens of their former identity to emerge, reborn in spirit. A central dais of red quartzite stands midway through the gallery, its surface worn smooth by hands anointing it with oil. Reliefs around the dais depict hooded figures' immersion in great conflagration symbols, interpreted as metaphors for inner alchemy, using fire's purgative power to strip away impurities of mind and soul. Toward the far end of the Ember Gallery, a vaulted alcove houses the Hearth of Echoes, a massive fire pit surrounded by concentric seating carved into the stone. The pit's walls bear faint soot marks from rituals that span days, the smoke rinsing the chamber in thick, aromatic haze. Above the pit, a domed ceiling is studded with small holes that acted as flues, drawing smoke upward and producing a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. Tiny beams of sunlight piercing through and dancing across the dancing flames. These sky points, aligned with the positions of particular stars at crucial moments in the agricultural calendar, tying the cleansing fire rituals to the rhythms of planting and harvest back in the settlements beyond the desert's edge. Leaving the Ember Gallery, you follow a short corridor whose walls are lined with metal hooks, remnants of racks that held smoldering torches of cedar and juniper. Beyond, the corridor opens into the Chamber of Whispered Sparks. Here, the darkness is punctuated only by tiny embers lying in shallow grooves along the floor, each hearth point no bigger than a marble, yet still warm to the touch. Local legend holds that pilgrims would step from ember to ember in silence, each contact marking a vow or intention before pressing onward. Above the hearth points, niches filled with iron filings would create electric sparks when struck against flint, symbolizing the sudden ignition of insight. Modern experiments have replicated this effect, confirming that some niches still yield faint sparks when tapped on. Intentional design to surprise and awaken the initiate at the threshold of awakening. From this chamber, a final archway leads into the Vault of Smoldering Thought, a small domed room lined with niches that once held clay censers. Each censer bore a unique mixture of aromatic resin solive balm, frankincense, and lesser-known woods formulated to produce specific emotional or cognitive effects. When lit, the combined scents would create an olfactory symphony, intertwining with the chamber's low acoustic resonance to induce meditative focus. At the room's center sits a single basalt bench, its surface inscribed with a riddle. Fire without flame guides the mind within. It is said that those who solved this riddle attained the right to enter the final wing of the Osirion spaces, dedicated not to fire, but to its elemental counterpart, wind. Beyond the Vault of Smoldering Thought, a steep flight of stairs ascends into a narrow tunnel crowned by intricately carved wind channels. This passage, dubbed the Aeolian Corridor, is lined with paired openings calibrated to capture desert breezes and funnel them over flutes carved into the walls. When the wind blows just so, a haunting melody drifts through the corridor, a constant, low drone that seems to carry half-remembered hymns from a distant age. Even on still days, concealed ventilators allow the chamber's stored air from above to exhale slowly, maintaining a perpetual breath that fills the tunnel with life. Following the tuneful drift, you enter the Hall of Whispered Winds, a vast circular chamber encircled by 16 slender pillars. Each pillar bears wind slits at differing heights, tuned to specific frequencies, so that a single breath drawn and expelled in measured rhythm produces an airy chorus. Pilgrims here practiced respiratory chants, believing that by synchronizing breath with the hall's natural harmonics, they aligned their own life force with the currents of the cosmos. The floor's mosaic depicts swirling vortices of air, painted in shades of white and pale gray, now faded but still hinting at a time when pilgrims traced the patterns to guide their footsteps and breathing in coordinated ceremony. Midway around the hall stands an alabaster shrine, topped with a hollow sphere, its surface perforated with tiny holes. When a priest blew into a carved mouthpiece, the sphere emitted a soft, resonant hum that seemed to reverberate within the bones. This breath of the ancients, as contemporary scholars call it, has been reconstructed in modern laboratories and confirmed to produce infrasonic frequencies known to affect human brain waves, potentially explaining altered states of awareness recorded by early explorers. The shrine's inscriptions exhort, "Inhale the winds of memory, exhale the storms of doubt," guiding initiates through a ritual cleansing of anxieties before moving deeper into the heart of the temple. A narrow doorway leads into the vestibule of Four Winds, a quadrilateral chamber whose corners are oriented to align with the cardinal points. Each corner features an alcove with wind-catching devices, ancient aerophones made from reed and ceramic that capture breezes from different directions. When played in succession, these aerophones create a symphony representing the balance of Earth's elemental forces. Fragments of musical notation found on clay tablets in one alcove hint at specific sequences composed for seasonal ceremonies, perhaps invoking the life-giving rains of the Nile or the cooling breezes that brought respite from the desert's heat. From the vestibule, you pass through a threshold marked by twin reliefs of winged figures bearing flutes and lyres. Beyond lies the Chamber of Celestial Breath, its ceiling domed and painted with concentric rings of stars. A central perforated oculus captures the shifting wind from the surface, causing the ceiling's painted stars to rustle and shimmer like fabric in a breeze. Four corner niches hold statues of deities associated with air spirits of dawn, dusk, storm, and Kalmich, depicted as ethereal beings half-formed from clouds and mist. Pilgrims here performed rites of petition, offering libations of scented oils and reciting invocations to these elemental spirits, seeking clarity of mind and freedom of spirit. Exiting the Chamber of Celestial Breath, you follow a short corridor into the Zenith Hala lofty space open to the sky through a circular aperture in the ceiling. Below the aperture, a ring of brass cups holds collected rainwater, funneled through concealed channels. When raindrops fell, their patter into the cups produced a gentle percussion, a heavenly dialogue during the infrequent desert storms. During such rare events, the hall would fill with the scent of wet stone and the song of water meeting Matala, powerful reminder of the temple's connection to sky, earth, and the cycles of nature. Climbing the final steps, you break through a sand-choked exit to stand once more in the desert's open air at twilight. The wind carries the faintest echoes of the Aeolian corridor's melody, and you sense that the Osirion's full symphony woven from stone, water, fire, earth, and air continues to play beneath the sands, awaiting those who dare to listen. Descending from the heart of the Aeolian sanctum, where wind and echo converge to stir the soul, you enter a hidden vestibule that lies at the intersection of Earth's deep breath and the temple's solid bones. Here, the walls are faced with unembellished limestone, save for the floor an intricate labyrinthine mosaic of terracotta tiles laid in concentric spirals. Its pattern so mesmerizing that one's footsteps nearly trace the design of their own accord. This mosaic, scholars believe, served as both a meditative aid and a symbolic map, its spirals guiding pilgrims inward to the core of their being as they prepared for the trials ahead. At the vestibule center sits a low basin carved from a single block of sandstone. Its interior bears the faint stains of herbal infusions, remnants of chamomile, blue lotus, and frankincense mixed with spring water. Pilgrims kneeling here would draw the fragrant liquid with cupped hands, breathing in its aroma before smudging themselves from forehead to chest, a ritual purification echoing the spiral's inward path. In doing so, they invoke the temple's 4 foundational elements: earth in the sandstone, water in the basin, air in the exhaled breath, and fire in the memory of lamps long extinguished. Beyond this opening lies the tunnel of silent steps, a corridor so narrow that one must stoop low, shoulders brushing the chiseled walls. These walls bear sporadic thumb-sized indentations impressions where seekers pressed their palms as they crept forward, mindful that each contact transferred intention as much as the oil still seeping from their purified hands. The air grows cooler, damp with subterranean condensation, until you descend a short flight of stone steps into the subterranean chamber of rooted stars. This vast colossal cavern carved from living rock opens its ceiling to an oculus high above, letting in pale shafts of starlight at night and dim filtered haze by day. The chamber's floor is prismatic, countless small discs of polished quartzite, each inlaid into the bedrock, capturing and refracting every glimmer of light into an endless star field beneath your feet. At its center, a massive tree-trunk ancient cedar, reputedly brought on camelback from distant mountains, rises from a circular dais, its roots carved from granite winding across the floor and vanishing into narrow channels. Though the wood itself has long since decayed, carbon dating of charcoal traces confirms the tree's real presence in antiquity, marking the chamber of rooted stars as a nexus of cosmic and terrestrial life. Pilgrims who reached this chamber would sit upon stone benches hollowed from volcanic tuff and gaze both at the sky's mirrored canopy and the carved roots beneath, contemplating the unity of all growth. Inscriptions at the dais's rim read, "In the root and the star, life weaves its endless thread." Some accounts state that priests gathered here during meteor showers, interpreting falling stars as seeds carried from the heavens to be planted within the temple's sacred grovia, mythic act of cosmic germination that linked earthly seasons with celestial phenomena. Emerging from the chamber of rooted stars, you retrace your steps to the vestibule and follow an ascending passage whose walls bear bas-reliefs of birds in flight, interspersed with glyphs indicating times of year and celestial coordinates. This path leads to the observatory sanctum, a small, domed room whose focal point is a carved lens mountance, holding a polished crystal lens that channeled light into an angled mirror, reflecting the sky's image onto a polished bronze surface. Though no lens has survived, Soil analyses confirmed deposits of lapis smalt and ground quartz materials used in ancient magnification. The observatory's sanctum thus stands as evidence that the Osirian's astronomers observed not just the rising and setting of celestial bodies, but the finer details of planetary and lunar features, craters on the moon, the bands of Jupiter, and perhaps even the rings of Saturn under ideal conditions. From the observatory, a final balcony doorway opens to a sheer precipice overlooking a vast chasm that has since eroded away many of its original features. Local tradition speaks of a hanging garden once clinging to this walla terrace of potted plants and cascading vines that took root in fissures of the cliff face, tended by temple gardeners. Though time and erosion have claimed this feature, occasional finds of root impressions in rubble suggest that such a garden existed, an oasis of greenery sustained by water channeled from the spring's subterranean veins. In the hush of dusk, one can still hear the faint trickle of water, as if the terraces whisper their ancient secrets to any who dare lean over the precipice. Venturing onward, the threshold from the observatory sanctum leads you into the semi-collapsed chamber of pillared silence. The floor here is uneven, strewn with debris and toppled capitals, yet at its center stand 12 fragmented pillars etched with spirals and starfields, their inscriptions, half buried but legible enough to convey a poetic invocation. 12 stars watch the cycles, 12 roots anchor the world. This chamber, carved intentionally in the shape of a dodecagon, aligns with zodiacal constellations, each side corresponding to the sign governing a particular season. Though many of the pillars have fallen, their crumbled bases reveal sockets for bronze inlays, likely representations of the corresponding zodiacal symbols, suggesting that initiates walked a choreographed path, pausing at each pillar to meditate on the season's qualities and the corresponding stage of human existence. A precarious stairwell descends from the far side of the chamber of pillared silence, carved at a steeper gradient than most temple passages, demanding caution with each step. This descent brings you to the vault of metal winds, a chamber whose walls are lined with sheets of hammered copper and tin. Hinged dorsets, fitted with delicate channels, would guide air across these metal surfaces, producing eerie, metallic tones. Ethnomusicologists have reconstructed these channels and demonstrated that they could generate resonances spanning several octaves, effectively turning the entire vault into a colossal wind instrument. It is said that on rare nights, when desert storms raged above, the vault's doors would clatter open, or the wind would force its way through the channels, filling the hall with a sonic maelstrom said to echo the roar of creation itself. From this metallic symphony you follow a narrow corridor whose walls are scoured smooth by centuries of passing robes. The corridor ends at a semicircular antechamber, where a massive iron ring hangs suspended from thick chains marks of wear, showing where long ropes once bound it. This is the Chamber of Bound Light, so named for a ritual in which initiates would stand within the ring, their forms outlined by suspended copper lamps whose flames cast sharp silhouettes on the walls. Accompanying rhythm instruments, bronze bells, and struck metal plates would punctuate a slow chant, culminating in the moment when the lamps were extinguished, symbolically binding the light and plunging the ring's occupant into darkness. Surviving texts hint that this ritual taught initiates that light and shadow are inseparable, each defining the boundary of the other, and that by embracing the void, they could chart a new path of inner illumination. Eager to ascend from these trials, you climb a series of widening steps carved into the natural rock, the corridors growing taller and brighter until you emerge into a vast grotto open to the sky. Here, a final cenotaph stands, a monolithic altar of black basalt, its surfaces smooth and unbroken, bearing only a single inscription in the lost script. Here stands the shadow of the dawn. Though the altar bears no offering or vessel, its mere presence marks the culmination of the pilgrim's journey, a place to contemplate all that has been seen, heard, and felt before carrying that knowledge back into the world of living light. Wading once more into the hushed corridor beyond the cenotaph, you follow the worn stone floor as it slopes gently downward toward the temple of resonant earth. Here, the walls transition from polished limestone to rough-hewn bedrock, alive with the grain of the native stone. Each chisel mark seems intentional, left unpolished to preserve the cavern's organic character. The air grows noticeably warmer, the echo of your footsteps deepening into a low rumble that resonates through your chest like the distant murmur of subterranean rivers. Ahead, the passage opens into a quadrilateral hall whose floor is segmented into 4 vast panels of contrasting stonered granite, black basalt, white limestone, and green serpentinite, each delineated by raised ridges carved into the bedrock. These elemental plazas correspond to Earth's primary manifestations: blood, night, day, and verdure, invite pilgrims to traverse them in sequence, acknowledging the interplay of life's foundations. Ancient inscriptions at the doorway urge, "Walk the bones of the world and hear its voice beneath your feet." As you place your foot upon the first red panel, you feel the stone's subtle warmth beneath the thin soles of your sandals, as though the earth itself pulses with hidden hearths. From this central hall, 4 arched portals lead to side chambers dedicated to the temple's resonant functions. You choose the western arch, marked by a relief of a coiled serpent beneath a pair of knotted hands, an emblem of secrecy made manifest. Crossing the threshold, you enter the vault of subterranean echoes, a narrow, earthen-smelling chamber whose ceiling curves low overhead. Natural fissures in the rock have been expanded into flutes of varying widths, their openings carved into the side walls. When the slightest breeze ripples through these flutes, they emit deep, wind-like tonessa symphony of subterranean voices. Here, the damp air carries a plaintive lullaby, weaving through the chamber in shifting overtones that tug at the edges of consciousness. Progressing deeper, you find a small alcove where the rock floor rises into a dais carved into the shape of an inverted mushroom. Its surface is studded with minute cupulices, each about the size of a human thumb, once fitted with bronze rings that amplified the chamber's natural acoustics. Pilgrims sat here, back against the mushroom's broad cap, whispering prayers that the stone flutes transmuted into low, droning chants, melding human voice with the rock's song. Fragments of charcoal near the dais suggest that incense was burned to mix smoke with sound, enveloping participants in a multi-sensory ritual of sonic immersion. Leaving the vault of subterranean echoes, you return to the central quadrangle and cross the black basalt panel, its smooth surface cool and unyielding underfoot. At the eastern portal, you pass beneath a relief of a tree branch bearing fruits of onyx and jadea, symbol of growth and transformation. Beyond lies the Chamber of Living Stone, a vast space carved entirely from a single outcrop of basalt. Here, the walls taper heavenward into a soaring vault, their surfaces polished to a mirror, sheen so flawless that your torch's flame appears doubled, reflected infinitely in the wall's dark glass. Narrow slots cut into the walls emit streams of daylight pulled from hidden skylights, their sharp beams slicing the reflective surfaces into rays that dance with each breath of air. In the chamber's center stands a monolithic pillar of unbroken basalt, its form tapering to a point that disappears into blackness above. The pillar's surface is inscribed with glyphs that spiral upward in a helix of text, a recursive verse praising the temple's unity. Stone remembers all voices. Stone bears all burdens. Stone becomes the vessel of the divine. Though most modern scholars cannot read the script, its elegant flow suggests a mantra intended to be recited while tracing the glyphs by touch. Pilgrims, blindfolded during certain ceremonies, would walk in circles around the pillar, fingers grazing its smooth facade, reciting the words until their vision and sense of self dwindled, merging with the pillar's timeless presence. Completing the circuit, you step into the white limestone plaza once more, then cross to the northern Portaltha threshold of the Grotto of Petrified Waters. Beyond this arched opening, the air cools abruptly, carrying the echo of dripping water. Inside, the cavern walls glisten with mineral encrustations that look like frozen droplet stalactites and stalagmites transformed by secret fountains into columns of dripping stone. In the center, a crystalline pool lies still, its surface mirroring the wavering reflections of the rocky canopy above. According to local legend, this pool once fed living springs above ground through hidden conduits, but now the channels lie collapsed, leaving the waters entombed in lifeless rock. Pilgrims entering the grotto approach the pool in silence, their sandals leaving faint prints on the soft mud rimmed with calcite. They would kneel at the water's edge, whispering the name of their deepest longing, then look for ripple signs that the subterranean springs themselves heard and replied. Some told of seeing phantom fish gliding beneath the stone's surface, spectral guardians of the deep. Others swore they heard voices reply from the darkness at the pool's bottom. Whether these experiences flowed from the chamber's acoustics, the psyche's power, or genuine subterranean magic, the grotto's aura endures, its stillness inviting seekers to contemplate the wellspring hidden within all things. Crossing the green serpentinite plot at the plaza's center, you reflect on the four chambers' distinct character voice of the earth, mirror of the stone, memory of water, and song of life. Each teaches a lesson in communion, to hear beneath the surface, to see beyond reflection, to sense the currents of spirit, and to attune to the world's hidden harmonies. As you step back into the central quadrangle's open air, the hush around you feels charged with anticipation, as though the temple of resonant earth itself waits for its next act to unfold beneath the eternal cycle of sun and moon. Leaving the temple of resonant earth, your path leads upward along a gently sloping passage that narrows as it climbs. The walls here, carved with intricate bas-reliefs of winding vines and coiling serpent symbols of life's continuous renewal. Torches set into carved sconces flicker against the vines, casting dancing shadows that seem to slither along the walls, imbuing the corridor with an almost living energy. Midway up, You encounter a series of shallow alcoves, each housing a stone bench polished smooth by countless visitors who paused here to catch their breath and reflect upon the journey thus far. At the top of the incline, you step into the Gallery of Embossed Memories, a long, barrel-vaulted hall, whose walls are entirely covered with low-relief carvings depicting key moments from the temple's mythic narrative. Scenes unfold in sequential panels. The first architect dreaming of the hidden flame, the pool of visions filled with trembling initiates, the subterranean river ferrying offerings into the black depths, and the final sealing of the Gate of Return beneath dunes of sand. Between these tableaux, narrow windows framed by carved lotus petals admit shafts of light that highlight specific scenes at particular times of day sunrise, illuminating the dream of the architect, noon igniting the braided flames of ritual conflagrations, and dusk casting the ceiling of the gate into dusky silhouette. Beneath each panel, inscriptions in early hieratic dutifully record the names of the architects, priests, and initiates who commissioned the carvings, transforming the gallery into both a visual chronicle and a communal memorial. Pilgrims strolling its length read the names aloud, asserting their connection to the lineage of seekers who had walked these halls across centuries. Some benches bear graffiti etched by medieval visitors, Coptic symbols, Arabic inscriptions, a handful of European names scratched by explorers in the 19th century, adding a layer of human presence to the temple's ever-evolving story. The gallery ends at a grand arch carved to resemble a palm frond unfurling overhead. Passing beneath it, you enter a cool, dark chamber known as the Nexus of Sleepers. Here, the floor is strewn with coarse mats woven from desert reeds, and low benches line the perimeter. The air is redolent with the scent of lavender and mandrake, aromatic herbs burned in bronze censers set at the chamber's corners. Ancient texts describe the Nexus as the final resting place for pilgrims who sought visions in the embrace of sleep dreams guided by the temple's residual energies, believed to carry revelations of personal destiny or the fate of the world itself. In the chamber's center, a low stone plinth bears 4 shallow bowls arranged in a quincunx pattern, their contents long since evaporated but stained with mineral salts that hint at mixtures of water, oils, and crushed herbs. Pilgrims would anoint their temples, wrists, and throats with these potions before reclining on the mats, eyes heavy with incense-laden lullabies. Lanterns dimmed by hidden shutters cast a soft glow, and the hush that followed descended like a blanket, guiding the sleepers into hypnagogic reveries that counselors outside the chamber interpreted upon waking as messages from the divine. Exiting the Nexus, you ascend a short staircase into the vestibule of Reawakening, a small room whose walls bear paintings of butterflies emerging from chrysalises, their wings painted in vivid pigments of ochre and ultramarine. A carved inscription above the doorway reads, "From dream to dawn, let the soul unfold." Here, pilgrims washed their faces in a basin fed by the subterranean spring, the cool water serving as both physical and symbolic cleansing rite of rebirth following the trials of sleep and vision. A final portal leads into the Terrace of Distant Horizons, an open-air platform carved into the living rock and supported by a colonnade of slender pillars. From this vantage point, the endless desert stretches to every horizon, punctuated by distant ridges of hills that glow purple at sunrise and crimson at sundown. In antiquity, pilgrims would gather here at dawn, singing hymns as they faced eastward, their voices carried on desert breezes into the heart of the temple's hidden chambers. A low stone wall rings the terrace's edge, its inner face inscribed with verses celebrating cycles of renewal, the daily rise and set of the sun, the monthly dance of the moon, and the yearly ebb and flow of the Nile's floods. Here, at the journey's end, the full tapestry of the Osirion's mysteries unfurls before you. Earth's song, water's mirror, fire's heart, air's breath, and the rhythms of stone and sand. Standing on the terrace of distant horizons, you realize that the temple's greatest secret lies not in any single chamber or ritual, but in the seamless flow of experience, from awakening to dream to rebirth woven into the living architecture itself. As the first light of dawn paints the dunes gold, you carry with you the resonance of every footstep, every whisper, every breath drawn in this place of cycles. Cycles that echo far beyond the walls of stone and into the boundless horizon of the soul. From the terrace of distant horizons, you descend a broad stairway carved into the bedrock, its smooth steps worn by the footsteps of countless pilgrims returning from the summit's expansive view. The stairway opens into a semicircular chamber, known as the Hall of Converging Paths. Here, 4 corridors meet at right angles, their thresholds marked by carved lintels bearing distinct emblems. A serpent, coiling into itself, a sunburst blossoming from a central point, interlaced wave patterns, and a pair of clasped hands. Though each corridor leads back into the temple's depths, the lintels signify different approaches to the inner mystery knowledge through healing, illumination, purification, and communion, respectively. In the center of the hall stands a low, square altar of pale limestone, its surface scored with intersecting lines that form a compass-rosian invitation for each pilgrim to choose the path best suited to their soul's longing. Choosing the corridor marked by the clasped hands, you step into a corridor whose walls are textured with subtle reliefs of interwoven forms limbs, vines, ribbons of smoke symbols of union. Soft ambient light filters through narrow slits high above, casting thin shafts that trace the entwined patterns in golden highlights. The air here is thick with the faint scent of jasmine and mandrake, lingering from ceremonial burners placed in recesses along the walls. Beneath your feet, the flagstones bear concentric rings carved into them, each set of rings slightly offset from the next, like the ripples produced when 2 stones are dropped into a still pool simultaneously, intersecting and creating complex interference patterns. At the corridor's end, you enter the chamber of sacred embracia, broad pillared space whose ceiling soars nearly 40 feet overhead. Its vault carved in delicate relief to resemble the open petals of a celestial flower. 4 great columns stand at the chamber's corners, each hewn from a different stone-pink alabaster, obsidian, black granite, and white limestone, symbolizing the union of opposites, softness and hardness, light and dark, opaque and translucent. Between these columns, low benches of veined marble invite pilgrims to sit in pairs, facing one another across a shallow basin carved into the floor. Imprints of sandal straps and traces of oil residue suggest that seekers would kneel here, arms interlocked, dipping their joined hands into the basin's waters and reciting vows of mutual support on the path of transformation. The basin itself is a masterpiece of hydraulic ingenuity. Its waters flow in from a hidden conduit at the chamber's center, ripple outward in a perfect circular wave, and drain through 12 equidistant channels, forming an ever-rotating cycle reminiscent of life's perpetual motion. Careful examination of the walls reveals small channels connecting the basin's drainage to an elevated system of microcanals, terminating in tiny jets that once sprinkled fine mist onto the chamber's floor. In the soft haze created by the mist, the humming resonance of the vaulted ceiling's carved petals would blend with the gentle sound of dripping water, immersing participants in a multi-sensory tapestry of sight, sound, and Tucson environment crafted to deepen the bond between kindred spirits embarking on their shared journey. Moving past the chamber of sacred embrace, you cross a threshold into the vestibule of echoed vows. Here, the walls are lined with hundreds of small niches, each once holding a clay tablet inscribed with the personal oath of an initiate. The tablets, long since removed or decayed, left only empty recesses shaped like flattened lozenges. In one faded inscription still visible, a pilgrim wrote, "May the river of all hearts carry our promise beyond the sands of time." Above the niches, a frieze of clasped hands encircles the room, reminding every visitor that individual transformation is inseparable from communal support. A spiral stair wraps upward from the vestibule, its steps worn but sturdy, leading to a circular gallery illuminated by a band of windows just below the domed ceiling. In this gallery, murals depict pairs of figure siblings, lovers, friends walking through key scenes of the Osirion's myth. The first meeting of earth and sky at creation, the descent of the hidden flame into the sacred waters, the union of the first architects who built the temple in perfect harmony. Though centuries of moisture have dulled the pigments, hints of lapis blue, ochre yellow, and carnelian red remain, outlining figures whose gestures speak of trust, unity, and shared purpose. At the gallery's end, a final stair leads down into the Chamber of Reunion, the culmination of this path of communion. A central dais carved from rose-veined marble rests at the room's heart, its surface inlaid with interlocking rings of silver and gold, the metals chosen for their symbolic ties to the sun, moon, and the alchemical union of spirit and body. Flanking the dais are two shallow pools filled with spring water, the other with fine sand from the desert floor, each a mirror to the other's medium, evoking the dual nature of the temple's teachings, the fluid and the fixed, the mutable and the eternal. Here, initiates would stand side by side, placing one foot in the water and the other on sand, undertaking the ritual of the two worlds. In whispered incantations, they would pledge to carry the temple's wisdom into the world above and to bring the world's lessons back below, forging a living bridge between the hidden sanctuary and the shifting desert beyond. As the final words were spoken, the dais's inlaid rings would catch the torchlight, casting intersecting circles of shadow and illumination on the domed Selingan ephemeral mandala, representing the interwoven fates of those who had embraced the temple's call. Stepping away from the Chamber of Reunion, you retrace the path through the spiraling stair, the vestibule of echoed vows, and back into the central hall of converging paths. The pilasters here now seem alive with possibility. 4 corridors diverging, each path an invitation and a challenge, offering unique portals into the Osirion's many mysteries. Choosing to emerge again into the desert, you carry in your heart the echo of clasped hands, the ripple of sacred waters, and the resonant promise that transformation, like the desert's ceaseless census, both personal and shared, shifting and eternal. Returning to the Hall of Converging Paths, but now drawn to a different emblem, you step into the corridor marked by the sunburst rays radiating from a central disk carved above the lintel. The walls here are polished to a soft gleam, their limestone surfaces carved with delicate rays of sun that fan outward in graduated arcs. At regular intervals, shallow basins cut into the wall once held small polished bronze mirrors, their surfaces angled to catch and redirect shafts of daylight from above. Even now, when you stand before one of these mirrors and tilt its corroded rim, the angle is perfect for capturing the soft glow of twilight, directing it onto engraved lines of text below, fragments of hymns praising the life-giving power of the sun and its transformative light. As you proceed, the corridor widens into the Chamber of Celestial Illumination, a vast, circular room crowned by a 20-foot diameter oculus that opens directly to the sky. The chamber's walls are sheathed in white marble, inlaid with countless tesserae of gold leaf that once shimmered like constellations when lit by the sun. Portions of the gold remain, glinting in the torchlight like stars scattered across an ivory firmament. Around the chamber's perimeter, 12 tall bronze lamps stood in carved niches, their nozzles shaped like lotus buds. These lamps were fed by oil drawn from the temple spring and ignited at dawn, their flames dancing across the golden inlay to reenact the sunrise within the subterranean realm. At the chamber's center, a raised platform of limestone forms a stylized representation of the solar disk, its circumference marked by 12 inscribed signs, each corresponding to a month in the Osirion's unique calendar. Ceremonial events, planting festivals, purification rites, astronomical observations were scheduled when the real sun's position, as observed through the oculus, aligned with these inlaid markers. Inscriptions etched around the disk's rim declare, "As the sun's eyes sees the world anew each dawn, so must the seeker awaken to truth through cycles of light." Continuing around the platform, you discover a narrow spiraling ramp carved into the marble floor, leading upward to a mezzanine gallery encircling the chamber. Handholds cut into the ramp's outer wall suggest that novices, guided by priests, ascended here during initiation ceremonies, their path illuminated by the slow rise of the morning light through the oculus. At the gallery's highest point, a small opening in the dome's base allows a beam of sunlight to strike a single, unadorned pebble set into the floor, an event called the Light's First Kiss, celebrated by pilgrims who watch the radiant speck glide across the chamber as the sun climbed the sky. At the summit of the ramp, you step into an antechamber known as the Mirror of Days. Its walls are lined with 15 tall bronze mirrors, each backed by a panel of polished limestone engraved with a fragment of the temple's solar cycle hymns. When aligned correctly by rotating mirror panels on hidden pivots, the reflections converge onto a central dais, projecting overlapping beams of light that form a shifting mosaic on the domed ceiling. Scholars reconstructing this effect describe it as a living fresco of light, mapping the sun's journey across the seasons onto the temple's interior, an immersive sermon in radiance. Leaving the Mirror of Days, you re-enter the Chamber of Celestial Illumination and cross the sun-patterned floor to a secondary exit carved into the marble wall. This doorway leads into the observatory gallery, where a series of stone benches align with narrow slits in the wall apertures designed to frame the rising or setting of specific stars. Observations here were recorded on papyrus scrolls, preserved in sealed niches until the temple's abandonment. Though most scrolls succumbed to moisture and time, fragments recovered in the 1930s mention sightings of Orion's belt, the Pleiades, and the mysterious wandering star, whose identity remains debated. Venus, or a comet perhaps, a portent of change in the royal dynasties beyond the desert's edge. From the observatory gallery, a final shaft of stone steps ascends toward the surface, its ceiling carved with concentric circles that narrow as you climb, evoking the sun's path at zenith. At the top, a small hatch opens onto a weathered terrace overlooking the desert plain. Here, a stone marker inscribed with a solar disk and flanked by twin obelisks once served as the temple's sundial, its shadow tracing a curve across the ground at midday. Though the obelisks have toppled, their bases remain aligned with the hatch, attesting to the meticulous precision with which the Osirion's architects harnessed cosmic rhythms. Stepping out onto the terrace, you feel the full blaze of the sun at its peak, its warmth enveloping you like a benediction. Far below, hidden beneath the sands and stone, the chamber of celestial illumination continues to hold its solar vigil in eternal silence, awaiting the next pilgrim to awaken its gold-leaf stars. And as the heat shimmers above the dunes, you carry within you the resonant truth of the Osirion's light. That transformation begins when we stand in the sun's gaze and allow its brilliance to illuminate the hidden chambers of our own souls. Leaving the observatory terrace behind, you descend a steep flight of steps hewn into the bedrock, their risers worn smooth by the feet of generations of seekers. Each step lands upon stone that seems to pulse with the imprint of countless pilgrim breaths. The corridor that opens before you is known as the Hall of Hidden Reflections, for it is lined on both sides by polished obsidian panels set into the limestone walls. In the flickering torchlight, these panels catch the flames and multiply them into ghostly flickers, creating the illusion of infinite passageways branching off into the darkness. The air here is still, carrying the soft echo of your footsteps as though the chamber itself listens. At intervals, shallow niches interrupt the obsidian, each containing a small bowl carved from alabaster. Faint stains in pale ochre and charcoal dust suggest that incense once burned. Resins of cedar, myrrh, and tamarisk burned before each reflective panel to evoke purification of mind. Pilgrims paused at these shrines to breathe in the fragrant smoke, allowing their senses to heighten before meeting their own mirrored doubles in the obsidian's depth. The ancients believed that by confronting one's reflection in the mirror's silent surface, by seeing both face and soul, they purged illusions and found clarity of purpose for the trials yet to come. Midway through the Hall of Hidden Reflections, the corridor opens abruptly into a domed chamber whose ceiling rises into darkness. Its floor is paved with basalt, each tile bearing a concentric ring pattern that seems to pulse when held to the ear, capturing faint vibrations from deep within the earth. At the chamber's center stands a circular dais of inlaid silver and white marble. Its surface is engraved with 4 radial spokes that align with cardinal directions. Here, lit candles once sat at each spoke, their flames reflected by the surrounding obsidian to fashion a cross of light that symbolized the intersection of inner insight and outer reality. Legend holds that on nights of the full moon, pilgrims would light the candles and chant four names of earth, water, air, and fire, watching as the reflected flames danced on the walls like living spirits. From this reflective sanctuary, you leave through a low, arched portal into the passage of echoed steps. The floor here descends at a gentle incline, its flagstones carved with shallow channels so that every footfall emits a soft, hollow thumping echo chamber for the rhythm of advancement. The walls taper inward, creating a claustrophobic hush that amplifies each heartbeat. In the dim torchlight, you notice faint lines etched diagonally across the walls. Mapping lines, some scholars suggest, charting the distances between chambers, or perhaps marking the degrees of an inner pathiac line, a guide for pilgrims measuring progress, not in feet, but in realizations earned. After many paces, the passage turns sharply into the Chamber of Silent Echoes, a perfect cube of limestone whose each face measures 20 cubits. The seams between the blocks are so finely fitted that no blade can penetrate, and the chamber's acoustics swallow your voice entirely, creating absolute silence. Here, initiates would stand in the dark, ears pressed to the wall, listening not for sound but for the absence of sound, a meditation on the void that precedes creation. Some accounts whisper of pilgrims emerging from this chamber in tears of humility and wonder, having tasted the inner stillness that courses beneath all being. Beyond the cube, you cross another threshold into the gallery of mapped shadows, where the walls are adorned with silhouettes carved in low-relief figures in motion, overlapping like layered tracings of a single soul moving through past, present, and future. These shadow carvings are backlit by hidden slits that channel light from narrow exterior shafts, casting the silhouettes onto opposite walls in shifting configurations as the day progresses. Pilgrims here traced the shadows with their fingers, following the fluid outlines as though decoding an inner mapeach contour representing a memory, a desire, or a fear to be examined and released. At the gallery's end, a heavy basalt door swings open into the subterranean observatory, a circular chamber crowned by a shallow dome covered with minute engraved stars. In the center stands a tripod fashioned from iron and bronze, its top marked by concentric rings that once held a crystalline sphere, perhaps used to study light diffraction or to focus starlight into alchemical vessels. The walls bear astro charts etched in ochre pigment, mapping the motions of planets against the zodiac. Though most pigment has faded, the outlines of Orion's belt and the Pleiades cluster remain, their stars represented as tiny cup marks that once held gemstone inlays. Here, nighttime rituals called for observers to lie on stone benches that encircle the dome's base, gazing upward through an oculus that frames the sky. By aligning the cup marks with actual stars, they charted celestial movements, binding the temple's cyclical rites to the patterns of the heavens. You depart the subterranean observatory by a narrow slit in the wall, emerging into a short corridor lit by phosphorescent mineral veins. These veins glow faintly in the dark, guiding your path upward toward the next sanctum. And as you ascend, the Hall of Hidden Reflections, the passage of echoed steps, and the subterranean observatory recede into memory stones alive with whispering echoes of seekers past inviting you onward to the unfolding mysteries, still buried deeper within the Osirion's timeless heart. Rising from the phosphorescent corridor, you enter the amphitheater of whispered winds, an expansive semicircular chamber carved into the bedrock much like the theaters of old. Yet here, the seats are rough-hewn benches arranged in stepped tiers. The auditorium faces a central stage formed by a shallow dais of polished limestone, its edge engraved with subtle notches that once held lines of copper piping. Scholars theorize that these pipes carried wind channeled from hidden shafts, creating a gentle breeze that rippled across the audience, lending an ethereal movement to performances of chant and recitation. In the quiet that follows your entrance, you almost hear the faint sigh of air stirring the dust, as though the chamber sighs in remembrance of voices long silenced. The walls behind the stage bear reliefs of hooded figures holding stylized conch shells to their lips, each carving carefully placed at heights corresponding to acoustic nodes. When the conches were sounded, they would resonate through the hall, carrying chants or epic recitations with pristine clarity even to the highest benches. These acoustic innovations may explain how ancient priests delivered intricate liturgies to large gatherings without amplification. By harnessing the hall's geometry, they transformed wind and stone into instruments of ritual sound. From the amphitheater, a broad set of steps leads you upward toward an arched portal inscribed with the words, "Threshold of Sound and Silence." Passing beneath the arch, you enter the sanctuary of the last word, a hushed cruciform chamber whose length is twice its width. Each of the 4 arms terminates in a shallow nichion containing a basin of water, another an unlit brazier, the third a small mound of sand, and the fourth an iron bell perched atop a granite plinth. These elements echo the temple's elemental symbolism, but arranged here as instruments in a final rite that binds sound to form, silence to substance. Pilgrims who reached this sanctuary stood at the cruciform center, spoke a single word into the bell's clapper, then proceeded to dip a hand into the water, sprinkle the sand, and light the brazier. Each action, a consecration of speech that manifested in physical gesture, anchoring the spoken word into the world's elements. At the far end of the sanctum lies a low door of carved cedar, its surface inscribed with faint glyphs that translate roughly as, "He who speaks truth need fear no shadow." This door opens into the vault of living texts, a dimly lit gallery whose walls once held scrolls and codices in sealed niches. Though few scrolls have survived the centuries, plaster casts reveal the shapes of once valuable manuscripts, their containers meticulously numbered. Above each niche, inscriptions identify the content: hymns to the hidden flame, guides to the chamber of azure dreams, compendia of astronomical lore. The gallery's ceiling slants skyward, creating a narrow slit of light that tracks the sun's movement, illuminating one niche at a time in a rotating pattern designed to highlight each text in its appointed hour. This perpetual choreography of light and knowledge underscores the Osirion's principle that wisdom, like the sun, must move through the cycles of revelation and concealment. Exiting the vault of living texts, you follow a short passage, decorated with bas-reliefs of quills and reed pens, tools of the scribes who preserved the temple's knowledge. At the corridor's end, you enter the codex chamber, where a single massive stone desk occupies the center. Its surface bears incised guidelines for papyrus sheets, and a recessed trough once held a reservoir of black ink. Fragments of broken inkpots and reed nibs litter the desk, attesting to frenzied copying or ritual annotation. On the desk's upper shelf, a carved serpentine bracket once held a lamp to illuminate nighttime transcriptions. Modern forensics detect trace compounds of bitumen in the ink, residusan ancient preservative that lent scrolls resilience against decay. Above the desk, a frieze carved into the wall depicts the first scribe legendary figure said to have been chosen by the hidden flame itself receiving the gift of writing from a hooded deity whose face is obscured. This mythic tableau reinforces the temple's reverence for words as vessels of flame, carriers of revelation, and bridges between seen and unseen realms. In the hush of the codex chamber, the air feels dense with silent stories waiting to be read. Each fragment of ink, a spark that once ignited the minds of temple initiates. Ascending a final spiral stair next to the desk, you emerge onto a narrow ramp that ascends gently toward a high vault pierced by a circular skylight. Beneath this opening, a stone plinth bears no inscription, only the worn impression of countless palms that once touched its surface. Pilgrims here pause to place a hand on the plinth and offer silent gratitude before departing the subterranean realm. Through the skylight, the full glare of the desert sun streams in, inviting you to step out once more into the open air, carrying both the weight of the Osirion's hidden texts and the light of knowledge freshly illuminated within your soul. Leaving behind the sunlit ramp and the silent plinth, you step back into the corridor, where the air grows cool and damp once more, the stone beneath your feet bearing the quiet weight of subterranean stillness. Torches set in iron sconces flicker with unsteady flames, casting long, wavering shadows that seem to dance upon the walls as you move forward. Ahead, an archway of polished basalt beckons you into the Hall of Painted Echoes, a vast rectangular chamber whose walls are entirely covered with murals rendered in mineral pigments, deep reds of hematite, brilliant blues of azurite, soft yellows of ochre, and vivid greens of malachite. These murals depict scenes from the temple's mythic history, but unlike the carved reliefs elsewhere, their dynamic compositions convey movement. Figures stride, robes billow, and banners flutter as though caught in an unseen breeze. At floor level, the murals transition into tapestries woven from clay tiles, their small squares forming repeating wave motifs that echo the painted currents above. The floor's pattern seems to ripple beneath your sandals, lending the hall a sense of fluidity, as though the walls themselves might sway in rhythm with the stories they portray. Along the length of the wall, faint tracings of soot and sporadic smears of resin suggest that at times the hall was illuminated not only by torches, but by rows of clay lamps mounted in shallow niches carved just above the floor. Each niche once hosted a lamp whose flame burned bright enough to supply up to a dozen feet of illumination, creating a wall of flickering light that would have made the painted scenes come alive in spectacular brilliance. At the chamber's center stands a low platform of basalt, its polished surface inlaid with mosaic scenes that mirror the Muralsa procession of hooded priests carrying vases of sacred water. A chariot drawn by winged creatures rising above the dunes, and an enormous stylized eye, its iris rendered as a golden disk that once held a small mirror. Pilgrims stepping onto this platform would be surrounded in full view by the power of the temple's founding myths, their presence echoing the figures in paint and tesserae. Historian scribes refer to this area as the stage of remembrance, where initiates enacted portions of the temple's dramas in ritual pageants meant to bridge the gap between mythic past and living present. Moving past the stage of remembrance, you notice a slender corridor branching off to the left, its walls lined with alcoves containing stone benches. Each bench is etched with a name and a date, modern graffiti left by archaeologists and explorers dating back to the 19th century. Some names are accompanied by brief notes. Spoke the invocation of the mirror. Tested the resonant frequencies. Found new inscription in the chamber of the hidden flame. Though these modern marks blemish the ancient stone, they also attest to the Osirion's enduring allure and the human desire to leave one's mark upon history. Continuing straight, the hall narrows and leads to a low arch carved with a single lotus blossom in relief. Beyond, you enter the chamber of harmonious reflection, a near circular room whose side walls are sheathed in polished black granite. 4 symmetrically placed alcoves hold tall bronze lutes and harps, ancient instruments meticulously crafted to complement the chamber's acoustic properties. When plucked or strummed, these instruments resonate with deep, soulful tones that fill the room with a gentle reverberation. Though most of the instruments themselves were lost to time, fragments of wooden pegs and tuning pins have been found amid the rubble, and modern reconstructions played here confirm that a single arpeggio could bloom into a shimmering chorus, bathing listeners in a soundscape of layered echoes. In the center of the chamber, a shallow pool of water occupies a circular depression in the floor. Carved concentric rings ripple outward from its edge, guiding droplets that fall from a concealed spigot above into perfect concentric circles. The sound of water dripping into the pool synchronizes with the notes of the lutes, creating an interwoven tapestry of melody and rhythm. Ancient texts refer to this confluence as the symphony of becoming, where water's cadence and music's harmony united to guide initiates beyond words and into pure sensation. Pilgrims seated on the surrounding benches would close their eyes and allow the vibrations to carry them into states of heightened awareness, perceiving each drop and each string's vibration as notes in a cosmic composition. Stepping carefully around the pool, you discover a narrow stairway descending into darkness. The stairs are carved from a single slab of limestone, their treads worn to smooth curves that tell of countless descending feet. As you move downward, the clamor of water and music fades, replaced by a hushed silence thick with expectation. At the bottom, you emerge into a small antechamber, whose walls bear simple inscriptions in early hieratic. Enter in resonance, depart in unity. The light here comes from phosphorescent rock, mineral veins that glow with a pale green luminescence, providing just enough illumination to guide you through the next threshold without breaking the meditative hush. Passing through a final basalt door, you enter the sanctum of collective echoes, the culmination of the temple's musical journey. This chamber is an irregular decagon, its 10 walls angled to create an unpredictable acoustic field. Suspended from the ceiling are dozens of small bronze bells, each tuned to a specific pitch and hanging at a different length from delicate chains. Beneath them, floor channels once guided streams of water that dripped at timed intervals, causing the bells to chime in intricate sequence as an automated composition that played on the hour, on the half hour, and, at the solstices, in grand sequences lasting through the night. Today, most of the bells lie silent, their chains corroded and their bronze dulled. Yet between the survivors, a few still ring if touched, their clear tones resonating with surprising purity. Standing in the chamber's center, you can sense how sound here is no mere byproduct of vibration, but a presence shaping the very air. The walls seem to breathe with each chime, carrying the echoes forward and backward in time. It is said that at the moment of the winter solstice, when the air is coldest and stillest, the sanctum's automated bells once played an unbroken melody for 12 hours in ode to the temple's cycles of death and rebirth. When you finally step back into the phosphorescent corridor, the echoes of bronze and water linger in your mind like a dream, weaving the memory of the temple's symphony into your own pulse. The muraled walls of the Hall of Painted Echoes, the musical instruments of the Chamber of Harmonious Reflection, and the automated chimes of the Sanctum of Collective Echoes converge in your consciousness, an underwater of sound currents that ripple through the hidden city of stone, carrying the Osirion's legacy on waves that never truly cease. Guided by the faint glow of mineral veins, you advance through the narrow corridor until it opens into the cenotaph of silent prayers. Here, the vaulted ceiling is lost to collapsed gaping holes revealing ragged sky, yet the chamber's atmosphere remains reverential. The floor is covered in a thick carpet of dust, disturbed only by the litter of small votive offerings, fragments of pottery vials, shards of semi-precious stone, and scorched blackened incense sticks. A central altar of uncut alabaster dominates the room, its surface fractured by age but still bearing the outline of a carved lotus. Surrounding the altar, shallow basins once held water for ritual cleansing. Their rims are rain, pitted with hundreds of tiny impact craters, evidence that rainwater once dripped from above into sanctified droplets. Inscriptions on the altar's base, rendered in the temple's unique pre-hieroglyphic script, read, "Here, the unspoken word finds refuge." Pilgrims standing before the altar would press clay tablets inscribed with their deepest requests into its surface, leaving impressions that, over time, fused with the alabaster. When archaeologists first cleared the chamber, they discovered these impressions preserved like ghostly writing fragments of prayers, vows, and silent calls for healing. Although most crumbled upon exposure, a handful survived, their faint marks reminding us that this sanctuary protected the stories too sacred for the light of day. Beyond the cenotaph lies a sloping passage whose walls have been smoothed by waters that once flooded the temple's lower levels. Moss-green algae cling to the rock, lending the corridor a living quality under the torch's flicker. At the end of this passage, you find the threshold of return, a modest stone doorway framed by carved palm fronds, its sill worn nearly flush with the surrounding floor. Stepping through, you emerge into a narrow cleft in the desert hillside, where the air is warm and dry once again. Sunlight spills in from above, illuminating a path that leads across the sands toward the distant horizon. Pausing at the threshold, you look back at the half-buried arch marking the temple's entrance, see a dark mise-en-scène against the bright sky. From deep below, the Osirion's corridors and sanctuaries continue their silent vigil. The Hall of Painted Echoes, where murals dance in lamplight. The Sanctum of Collective Echoes, where bronze bells once sang. and the cenotaph of silent prayers, where the unspoken found its final home. As you set foot upon the sun-baked earth, the temple's last words echo in your mind, that mystery and memory, like sand and sky, belong to those willing to traverse the hidden depth sand to carry their resonance back into the open world. Emerging from the sunlit cleft, you follow a narrow path etched into wind-scoured sandstone, its surface pitted by centuries of drifting grit. The route curves gently until it arrives at a low, unassuming aperture set into the cliff fascia side entrance to the Osirion, known to local guides as the Whispering Vault. Pushing aside loose stones, you slip inside, greeted immediately by a rush of cool, humid air heavy with the scent of mineral-laden water. Your torch illuminates a short descent of ancient steps carved into solid rock, each tread worn smooth and slightly beveled by the passage of countless feet seeking solace in secret sanctuaries. At the base of the stairs, the corridor widens into a cruciform chamber whose walls are carved from pale limestone flecked with veins of black obsidian. This is the Vault of Living Echoes, a space perfected for capturing and amplifying the faintest sounds. In each of the chamber's 4 arms, massive stone basin sonts filled with water line the walls, their surfaces inlaid with concentric rings of copper and bronze. When full, the basins served as acoustic amplifiers. A quiet murmur at one basin's lip would resonate through the interconnected water network, traveling beneath the stone floors and emerging at another basin as a haunting echo of the original sound. Standing at the chamber's intersection, you notice shallow channels etched into the floor, converging on a central well whose black granite rim is polished by centuries of hands brushing against it. According to temple lore, visitors who whispered their deepest fears into the central well could hear the echoes of others' confessions returning from the side basins, reminding them that they were never alone in their burdens. Though the water is long gone, the channels remain, and when you lower your voice to murmur a single word, renewal, you hear your echo rebound softly, transforming into a reverberation that circles the chamber before fading into silence. Proceeding down the western arm of the cruciform, you find a narrow passage whose walls are carved with bas-reliefs of entwined serpents and lotus blossoms. The serpents, depicted in flowing sinuous lines, seem to slither around the carved petals, their scales rendered in precise stippling that catches the torchlight in pinpricks of gleam. Beneath these reliefs, the floor is paved with tesserae of pale sandstone and dark shale, arranged in undulating wave patterns. Each tile bears a minute number and inscription so small that it goes unnoticed until you press your foot to one of the shallow depressions and feel the slight give of hollow space beneath. This, you realize, is a vast pneumatic network, hidden chambers below the tesserae connected to reed valves in the walls, designed to capture exhalations and feed them into the vault's ecosystem. Following the serpent motif corridor, you emerge into a circular chamber whose ceiling vaults skyward in a perfect dome carved to echo the curvature of the world itself. At the apex, a small oculus admits a single beam of daylight that moves across the chamber's floor in a slow arc throughout the day. This is the Chamber of the Sun's Whisper, where priests conducted rituals at sunrise, capturing the first rays of dawn in polished metal basins set on slender pedestals around the room's perimeter. Each basin's rim bears an inscription in lost script: "Listen to the light before it warms the world. teaching pilgrims to pause in stillness as the day begins. Along the chamber's circumference, niches hold fragments of bronze-sounding bowls so thin they vibrate with even a soft touch, producing deep, resonant tones. Modern researchers have demonstrated that when struck with a mallet, these bowls produce frequencies in the alpha wave range, associated with states of relaxed alertness. Painted medallions around each niche indicate the intended tone, a spiraling glyph for the lowest frequency, a starburst pattern for the highest. In antiquity, priests would strike the bowls in sequence, guiding initiates through measured intervals of contemplative sound before the sun's beam crossed the central dais, signaling the transition from inner awakening to outward action. From the chamber of the sun's whisper, a low portal leads you back into the vault's central well area. Pausing, you notice carved footstep small indentations arranged in a spiral around the well, each step numbered in a faint hand. These steps of release, as some guides call them, mark a pilgrimage path that circuited the vault, each revolution representing a letting go of a personal burden. At the end of the spiral stands a single pedestal holding a stone sphere carved from onyx. Legend says that placing a hand upon the sphere symbol of the world in miniature allowed the gentle hum of the vault's echoes to resonate through one's palm, imparting a sense of unity with all voices and burdens carried within the temple's rock. You place your palm on the cool sphere and close your eyes, feeling the chamber's layered murmurs ripple through you, dissolving your thoughts into a tranquil silence. Reluctantly, you back away and navigate the southern arm of the vault, which leads to a narrow set of stairs ascending toward a small antechamber lit by the glow of phosphorescent mineral veins. The walls here are plain, yet each carries a carved inscription. What you send forth returns anew. At the chamber's center, a shallow basin carved into black limestone holds a single drop of dew. In the old days, priests would collect dew from the obelisk gardens at dawn and place it here each morning. Pilgrims drank the dew to internalize the temple's message of cyclical renewal, learning that in casting away burdens, they invited fresh vitality into their spirits. Passing through a final basalt doorway, you emerge into a short tunnel that slopes upward, its walls lined with vanishing layers of sediment. At the tunnel's end, an iron gate bars the way, a modern addition to prevent casual descent. Ropes and pulleys suggest how once the gate could be opened by those with proper authority, granting access to the vault of living echoes. Beyond the bars, the steps continue upward into darkness, hinting at yet deeper reaches of the Osirion, awaiting the next pilgrim bold enough to summon the echoes of their own soul into the stone. Leaving the vault of living echoes behind, you step onto the rough-hewn steps ascending under the iron gate, each riser thicker than the last, reinforcing the sense that this threshold marks a transition from communal rites to solitary aspiration. The corridor above is dim, its ceiling low, forcing you to bow as you proceed. Crude niches dotted at irregular intervals once held clay lamps. Though the lamps are long gone, faint smudges on the ceiling mark where flames once licked upward, guiding seekers through the hush. At the corridor's end, you emerge into the chamber of the hidden garden, an enclosed oasis carved directly into the stone but awash with life. Here, sunlight pours through a wide skylight, revealing raised garden beds hewn from limestone and filled with soil brought from distant oases. The beds hold traces of medicinal plants, blue lotus, mandrake, and wild pomegranate, as well as aromatic herbs like rue and lavender. Ancient irrigation channels, lined with copper sheeting, once carried spring water in gentle streams to each bed, creating a living microcosm that symbolized the temple's restorative powers. Though the beds lie overgrown and choked with weeds, their outlines and channels remain clear, a testament to the meticulous care once lavished upon them by temple gardeners. Beyond the garden lies a sequence of small rooms, the study halls where adepts of the Osirion pursued contemplative disciplines. The first, the Library of Stone Scrolls, contains wall niches carved in the shape of papyrus reeds. Each niche once housed stone slabs inscribed with sacred text poems, philosophical treatises, and astronomical tables. Though none of the slabs survives intact, fragments discovered in the rubble bear traces of hieroglyphic and pre-hieroglyphic scripts, their edges polished by hands that sought to preserve the knowledge within. One fragment records a liturgy for the equinox rite, invoking the balance of light and dark. Another offers a geometric theorem supposedly discovered by the temple's architect, priest, detailing proportions that echo throughout the Osirion's design. Adjacent to the library, the Chamber of Silent Debate features a circular bench arrangement around a central open space. Here, initiates engaged in dialectic exercises, presenting arguments and counter-arguments on spiritual topics until consensus emerged. The chamber's acoustics allow a speaker's voice to carry clearly across the room without amplification, and low seating prevents dominance by stature, ensuring that each voice held equal weight. Etched above the entryway is the injunction, "Truth emerges from the union of discourse and silence," reminding participants that the study of wisdom requires both expression and attentive listening. Leaving the study halls, you follow a narrow corridor into the Chamber of Painted Pagessa, high, narrow room whose walls are frescoed with scenes of scribes at work. Each scribe is portrayed in a different phase of composition, grinding pigments, carving stylus marks, binding scrolls. The frescoes are accompanied by painted calligraphy, offering aphorisms such as, "Ink is the blood of thought," and "What is written lives beyond the breath that spoke it." Beneath the frescoes, a long stone table bears scattered flakes of pigment remnants of lapis lazuli, malachite, and cinnabargist, as they would have lined the palette of a temple artist preparing sacred illuminations. Continuing, you enter the observatory atrium, an open-roofed courtyard whose perimeter is marked by 12 carved stelae, each topped by a small bronze ring. These rings once held taut, strings primitive sundials measuring the sun's arc across the sky. Beneath each stela, inscriptions record astronomical observations, solstice sunrise azimuths, lunar standstill declinations, and the heliacal rising of Sirius. The atrium floor, paved with irregular slate slabs, features a large central circle inlaid with beaten copper sundial whose gnomon has vanished. By aligning one's stance with the sun's shadow on this disk, pilgrims could coordinate their rituals with the heavenly calendar, reaffirming the Osirion's unity of earth and sky. A final archway on the atrium's northern side leads into the sanctum of the Great Thresholda monumental chamber, carved directly into bedrock and crowned by a keystone arch whose voussoirs bear inscriptions in multiple scripts: ancient pre-hieroglyphic, early hieratic, and demotic. This convergence of texts suggests that the chamber served as a meeting point for successive cultures that revered the Osirion's power. The sanctum's single feature is a massive granite block set flush in the floor, its surface bearing a shallow indentation shaped like an open lotus. Local legend asserts that this was the site of the last ceremony, the final union of flame, water, earth, and wind, performed on the day the temple's labyrinth was sealed. Pilgrims approaching the block would stand before it, offering grains of sand, drops of water, pinch of incense, and a breath of Ariok element, returning to the stone in gesture of completion and closure. As you step away from the sanctum of the Great Threshold and retrace your path through the observatory atrium and the study halls, the Osirion's final lesson emerges, that every sanctuary, every script, every ritual space exists not as an endpoint, but as a portal, each threshold, both entry and exit, each ceremony both beginning and end. Exiting through the Whispering Vault's side entrance and stepping once more onto sun-baked rock, you carry within you the Osirion's lineage of elements, sounds, lights, and symbols on unbroken chain of human aspiration, forging paths between the depths of the earth and the boundless horizon of the sky. Emerging from the side entrance of the Whispering Vault into the cool desert evening, you pause to let the wind carry away the hush of subterranean stone before you turn back to the looming facade of the Osirion. Guided by the last rays of sunset, you follow a narrow track around the cliff's base until it swings inland, skirting the edge of a shallow wadi. Here, hidden among tufts of tamarisk and desert grasses, you discover the unmarked mouth of the Lantern Gallery, a low tunnel once concealed by brush and rockfall. Pushing aside fallen debris, you step into half-darkness, the air immediately perfumed with the resinous tang of pine and myrrh brought down from highlands in ancient times. The gallery's walls are faced in pale limestone, each block smoothly finished and fitted with bronze hooks that once supported rows of lanterns. Though most hooks lie empty, a handful still hold fragments of oxidized copper fittings, silent witnesses to centuries of flame that danced here. Beneath each hook is a narrow niche carved into the stone, designed to catch dripping oil. In the floor, a slightly raised central path just wide enough for two guides pilgrims forward, while the side bays, each lined with low benches, served as resting places for those who pause to contemplate the lantern's light as a symbol of inner illumination. Walking deeper, you arrive at an alcove where the ceiling dips low, so low, in fact, that you must stoop to pass beneath. Here, the walls are painted with faint frescoes of lotus blossoms floating on dark water, their petals rendered in soft tones of blue, white, and gold. Above them, an inscription in early hieratic reads, "Light kindled in the soul outlasts the pyre." You crouch before this panel, tracing the carved letters with your fingertips, imagining the whisper of chanting voices as priests lit each lantern in sequence, their torches passing flame from one to the next until the entire gallery glowed like a river of stars. At the far end of the gallery, the path broadens into the lantern court, a circular chamber whose domed ceiling is pierced by a single oculus. In antiquity, this chamber hosted the ceremony of 10,000 lights, an autumnal ritual marking the harvest's close. Pilgrims entered bearing earthen lamps filled with fragrant oil sesame, date seed, and pistachio, each lamp spout shaped like a lotus petal. Arranged in concentric rings around a central hemisphere of polished bronze, the lamps were ignited in a wave, moving outward from the center until the chamber pulsed with a constellation of flickering flames. Today, only the bronze hemisphere remains, its surface etched with thousands of tiny cup-marks ring-shaped indentations, each once filled by a lamp's light. When you place your palm on the hemisphere, you feel the residual heat of 1,000 candles, a warmth that seems to coil around your spine. Gently running your fingers over the cup marks, you imagine the rhythmic lighting, torchbearers stepping in time to the priest's chant, the chamber filling with smoke and scent, the interplay of shadow and brilliance as each flame leaped to life. Continuing past the hemisphere, you step through a low arch inscribed with a stylized flame motif. The passage beyond slopes downward, the stone walls now blackened with smoke and time. Here, soot-covered reliefs depict hooded figures pouring oil from amphorae into the hands of kneeling initiates, anointing them as bearers of the flame who would carry the temple's light into the world beyond. Some of the reliefs show the initiates departing through a cavern mouth, torches held aloft, setting out across the desert on a night of pilgrimage. At the end of this smoky corridor, you enter the Chamber of Eternal Embera rectangular hall, whose floor is covered in a fine layer of ash, soft beneath your boots. In the center, a shallow pit holds the last ember of an ancient fire, red glowing and low, as though fed by a secret draught of air. Surrounding the pit, low benches ring the space in hushed solidarity, offering places for pilgrims to kneel and tend the ember with bronze tongs, feeding it small sprigs of rosemary and frankincense to renew its flame. You crouch beside the ember, drawing a sprig of cedar from a hidden niche in the wall. As you lay it gently on the glowing coals, the wood sizzles, releasing a fragrant burst of smoke that curls upward in luminous tendrils. The ember flares briefly, casting a warm glow that dances along the ash-covered floor and reveals subtle carvings in the wall's intertwined vines, rising toward a vaulted ceiling carved to resemble scorched wood. In that moment, the chamber seems alive, the ember's heartbeat resonating with your own, as if the flame itself were a living spirit sustaining the temple's memory. Rising from your vigil, you notice a narrow stairway at the chamber's far end, each step rimmed in worn copper. Ascending deliberately, you feel the ash crunch beneath your soles until you reach a small landing illuminated by a single shaft of moonlight filtering through a ceiling fissure. The moonbeam strikes a polished obsidian mirror set into the wall, reflecting the chamber's glow back onto the stairwell in a pale, spectral lightened invitation to continue your journey toward the Osirion's upper realms, where dawn's first rays await the returning pilgrim. Leaving the Chamber of Eternal Ember behind, you ascend the copper-edged stairway until the tunnel opens into a lofty chamber known as the Vestibule of Dawn's Threshold. Here, the vaulted ceiling soars 20 feet overhead, carved with 12 concentric rings filled with gold leaf that glimmer even in the faint torchlight. Around the chamber's perimeter, narrow slits in the walls capture the first rays of morning sun, projecting thin beams that trace golden arcs across the stone flora, silent countdown to the day's arrival. In the center of the vestibule sits a massive hexagonal basin of white marble, its interior carved into 6-stepped tiers like a miniature ziggurat. Each tier holds a small pool of water springs from different aquifers arranged, so that when the sunrise beams cross the floor, They strike each pool in turn, creating an ascending cascade of light and reflection. At dawn, this cascade would begin at the lowest tier and, over a period of 30 minutes, rise to the highest, illuminating the marble's gleaming surface and filling the chamber with a symphony of dancing sparkles. You walk the perimeter, pausing at each slit to feel the sun's touch as it slices through the darkness. As your hand brushes the cool stone beside one of the apertures, you notice faint inscriptions. We awaken as one with the sun. Let each ray renew our vows. In radiance, find the path. The words, though worn, convey the temple's core teaching that each day offers a fresh beginning, and that the pilgrim's inner light must rise in harmony with the celestial fire above. After witnessing the full sequence of dawn's illumination, you approach the marble basin, drawing a shallow cup from a bronze stand nearby. You dip it into the second highest tier and lift the water to your lips. The liquid is surprisingly sweet, tinged with minerals that hint at remote springs far beneath the desert floor. Drinking deeply, you feel a surge of clarity, as though the waters have washed away the remnants of night's shadows, aligning your senses with the brightness of the new day. Turning from the basin, you discover a narrow arch carved into the marble wall, its keystone shaped like a rising sun. Beyond lies the Hall of Awakening mosaic sign, expansive gallery whose floors are paved with elaborate tilework, depicting scenes of dawn across a dozen mythic landscapes, deserts blooming at first light, rivers glinting under an early sun, mountains crowned with golden clouds. The mosaics, composed of thousands of tesserae in shades of white, gold, and pale blue, create a continuous panorama that seems to shift as you walk, each step unveiling new vistas of promise and renewal. Along the gallery's eastern wall, a series of sculpted bas-relief panels illustrate successive stages of the pilgrim's return, emerging from darkness, standing at the threshold of light, drinking the dawn's waters, and finally stepping back into the world to carry the temple's blessings to others. These panels culminate in an image of a figure neither male nor female standing atop a dune, arms outstretched as the sun breaks the horizon. Beneath, an inscription in the temple's lost script reads, "Set forth as bearer of the dawning light." At the gallery's end, you reach the final portala grand arch of polished black granite, inlaid with veins of white marble that converge in a sunburst pattern above the keystone. The portal's surfaces are inscribed with a parting blessing. May your path be ever guided by the flame within, the waters of renewal, and the light that never fades. Stepping through the arch, you find yourself on a rocky outcrop overlooking the endless desert plain, where the dunes glow gold under the full sun. Standing at this vantage, you feel the full gravity of your journey, the subterranean halls of shadow and flame, the echoing chambers of sound, the silent sanctuaries of reflection, and now the open expanse of dawn's embrace. In your hand, you still hold the small cup of dawn's water, a talisman of the Osirion's promise that each day is both an ending and a beginning, a cycle unbroken. As the wind lifts the sand in shimmering veils around you, you set your gaze eastward, carrying the temple's light into the world beyond, ready to kindle new flames in hearts longing for renewal and wonder. From the rocky outcrop where dawn's golden light still lingers, you descend a narrow path carved along the cliff's edge, each footfall echoing faintly against the limestone. The trail winds around a jutting spur of rock, then spirals downward until it opens into a hidden amphitheater hewn from living bedrock. This is the Stone Circle of Reflection, an open-air auditorium of 12 towering columns arranged in a perfect circle around a shallow central basin. Each column is carved from a single monolith of pale limestone and stands nearly 20 feet high, its surface etched with vertical lines that catch the light at different angles as the sun moves through the sky. The column's inscriptions form a continuous poem when read in sequence, each verse corresponding to 1 month of the Osirian sacred year. The first reads, "In winter's hush, the seed sleeps beneath the stone," while subsequent passages speak of stirring roots, sprouting green, blossoming life, and the fullness of the harvest before the cycle returns to rest. Pilgrims entering the circle would stand before the column representing the current month, place their palm on its cool surface, and read the verse aloud, feeling the stone's rhythmic asperities under their fingertips, as though the poem itself pulsed with living breath. The shallow central basin, carved into the floor's bedrock, is filled by a hidden conduit that delivers water from the sanctuary's deepest aquifer. In its still surface lies a perfect reflection of the columns above, doubling the circle into an endless ring of stone and sky. When the wind stirs, slight ripples dance across the water, making the inscriptions shimmer and blur, reminding seekers that meaning, like light, refracts through the ever-changing currents of perception. Passing through the circle's exit, you find a narrow stone walkway leading into a tunnel whose walls slope inward, guiding you ever deeper and narrower until you crouch to traverse a final crawl space. Emerging from this confined passage, you step into the Chamber of Forgotten Whispers, a domed room whose walls are encrusted with clay plaques pressed into the damp stone by hands long vanished. Each plaque bears faint imprints of word sprayers, poems, questions left by pilgrims who sought solace here. The air is cool and heavy with the scent of damp earth, and as you walk among the plaques, you sense a chorus of silent voices reaching out across time. At the chamber's heart stands a single pedestal carved from black marble, atop which rests a round tablet of white alabaster, bearing 3 concentric rings of carved script. The outer ring reads, "Speak no name. Let the gods hear only the heart." The middle ring bears the injunction, "Offer your question to the wall." The inner ring is blank, except for a small well at the center. According to temple lore, visitors inscribed their most pressing question onto a thin clay slip, placed it in the well, and then left the chamber in silence. Over time, the plaque imprints and the clay offerings merged in layers. Many voices pressed into the wall that individual words dissolved, leaving only the collective echo of unspoken longings. You kneel before the tablet and, hesitating, trace the empty inner ring with your fingertip. The alabaster is cool beneath your touch, and you feel an odd resonance, as if the stone acknowledges your presence. You realize that the power of this chamber does not lie in providing answers, but in holding space for the question honoring the act of seeking as sacred. Rising, you leave your own silent query unvoiced, but you feel that by offering it here, you have become part of the vast tapestry of pilgrims who have walked this path. Exiting the Chamber of Forgotten Whispers, you follow a winding passage that climbs steeply toward the light. Torch sconces along the walls bear traces of extinguished lamps, their soot marks reaching higher and higher until they give way to faint, natural illumination. As you ascend, the tunnel's ceiling rises and the walls smooth, revealing carved motifs of lotus petals opening in concentric rows. This is the corridor of rebirth, a passage whose design evokes the unfolding of the soul's potential as it moves from darkness into light. At the corridor's end, you step through an elaborately carved archway into the Garden of Soft Light, an enclosed courtyard where the afternoon sun filters through a lattice of stone screens, casting delicate patterns of light and shadow upon a floor of polished marble. The garden's center features a star-shaped fountain, its jets rising in gentle arcs before cascading into a scalloped basin. Though the fountain is dry, the scalloped indentations still channel the sound of wind brushing across the courtyard, producing a soft, shushing murmur that soothes the spirit. Bordering the courtyard are raised flower beds carved in geometric shape hexagons, triangles, and circle snow filled with desert blooms that have spilled through cracks in the stone. Desert lilies, sage, and small clusters of purple crocus. Bees flit among the blossoms, their low hum blending with the wind's sigh and evoking the lingering scent of nectar and pollen. Along the courtyard's edges stand stone benches carved with patterns of interlocking vines. Here, pilgrims once rested, contemplating the play of light and life in this serene oasis. Continuing past the fountain, you approach the eastern side of the courtyard, where a low ledge of black basalt bears a single inscription: "From soft light, the heart opens." At your feet lies a mosaic of broken mirror shards embedded in the marble, arranged to form the shape of a sunburst. The shards catch stray rays of light, scattering them across the courtyard in tiny, flickering prisms. You step onto the sunburst, and, feeling the sharp edges grate beneath your sandals, you sense that this is a rite of passage. Embracing the shards of reflection, accepting the fragmented yet brilliant facets of the self, and emerging renewed. At the far corner of the courtyard, a stone-carved sundial stands atop a tiered plinth. Though the gnomon is missing, the hour lines remain clear, etched into the marble surface. Pilgrims align their steps to the sundial's shadow, pausing until the hour hand's record of time passed beneath their feet, another reminder that the temple sanctuaries are not static memorials, but living stages for the pilgrim's journey. You let the final vestiges of daylight play upon the courtyard before turning to the sandstone steps that lead back to the Whispering Vault's outer exit. As you emerge into the cooling dusk, the desert around you seems transformed. The wind carries the fading echoes of chants, the scent of myrrh, and the distant hum of bees from the underground garden. The Osirion's forgotten corridors and sanctuaries rest beneath the sand, but their light and whispers follow you outward into the open sky, across the dunes, and beyond, into the world where history and memory intertwine in an endless dance of discovery. From the soft-lit oasis of the Garden of Soft Light, you press onward along a narrow embanked path that winds through low, flowering shrubs before entering a low, stone-arched passage known among temple insiders as the Corridor of Sighs. Here, the ceiling descends so close you can feel the cool caress of the dressed limestone overhead, and each breath you exhale becomes audible in the tight space an intimate reminder that your own life force propels you forward through these ancient halls. The walls are lined with shallow niches, each once holding a single reed flute carved from desert cane. Though none of the original flutes remains, the niches bear soot stains and pale lacquer residues that attest to their former presence. The plan was simple. As each pilgrim passed, they lifted a reed, blew a soft sigh through its length, and replaced it, leaving behind a faint echo of melody that mingled with every subsequent breath, weaving an imperceptible chorus of human passage through time. As you step deeper, the corridor abruptly widens into the Chamber of Breathing Stone, a vaulted hall carved from the native bedrock so precisely that the walls appear polished by water. Along the chamber's length, a series of 7 massive stone ribs curve from floor to ceiling like the arches of a vast, silent cathedral. Their surface is hewn to capture the light of torches set in iron brackets between each rib. The intervening wall panels are carved with patterns resembling rippling pools of water, and when a breeze stirs drawn through hidden vents in the floor, the flames dance, casting flickering waves of light that animate the carved water, creating the illusion of a stone sea in motion. At the chamber's center lies a shallow footprint basin and elongated depression carved to follow the human gait, its length just sufficient for a pilgrim's full stride. The basin once held a thin layer of scented oil, infused with mandrake and blue lotus. Pilgrims walked its length barefoot, leaving oily prints that tracked both physical progress and the inner journey. Each footprint served as a testament. I have passed this way. I have walked the path of renewal. Across centuries, many oils accumulated until temple priests periodically drained and purified the basin, preserving the vessel's sanctity. Today, the carved stone remains, its surface worn to a gentle patina, though traces of ancient oil still darken the recesses, gleaming faintly under your torch's glow. Leaving the Chamber of Breathing Stone, you enter the Gallery of Silent Hymns, a narrow room whose walls are pierced by 8 tall, slender windows set high above. These windows admit slivers of daylight in the shape of elongated diamonds, their shafts crossing the gallery floor at precise angles dictated by the equinoxes and solstices. Along the walls, low stone benches run the length of the space, and carved into the benches at regular intervals are thematic verse snatches of hymns once sung in unison. The verses are arranged in calligraphic scrolls flowing along the bench edges. In breath's hush, the spirit sings, silence woven into song. Let stillness be the melody, and so forth. Though the acoustics here prevent any echo, they amplify even the faintest rustle of robes, the gentle intake of breath, reminding pilgrims that silence itself can bear the weight of sacred sound. Midway through the gallery, a diminutive alcove presents a recessed basin carved from black basalt, its surface smooth as glass. This basin once held water for pilgrims to wet their lips before speaking the final line of the hymn. May my voice arise within silence's chamber. Pilgrims would place their lips to the water, whisper the verse, and let the words dissipate into the gallery's Hushan offering of voice to stillness. Despite centuries of disuse, the basalt still gleams where the lips once touched, hinting at the intimate, repetitive ritual of voice surrendered to the temple's silent embrace. At the far end of the Gallery of Silent Hymns, a narrow stair descends into the twilight depths, its treads worn and slightly concave from constant passage. You follow these steps into the Grotto of Falling Light, a cavernous chamber whose ceiling is perforated by dozens of small holes. When the sun is high, each hole begets a slender column of light that pierces the dark air and strikes the floor like a solitary beacon. Over time, these beams shift, slowly traversing the chamber and illuminating successive medallions carved into the floor. Each medallion, a radial pattern reminiscent of sunflowers or starburst fractals. Pilgrims lying prone on the cold stone floor would await their assigned beam, allowing its singular illumination to fall upon their body, transmitting a comforting affirmation. You are seen, you are held, you are part of the greater cycle. Today, the perforations allow only weak shafts of glow moonlight or distant torch flame, but the effect remains quietly mesmerizing. You lie briefly on the floor, feeling the angular pattern of the medallion beneath your chest, imagining the original ritual's gentle, sacred choreography. Rising, you trace your fingers along the medallion's carved petals. There are 12 total, each corresponding to an apostolic month and symbolizing the blossoming of spiritual awareness under the sun's cyclic gaze. Exiting the Grotto of Falling Light through a low arch carved to resemble interlocking Fishon, ancient amphibious motif, you ascend into the final recess, a triangular chamber where the vault meets at a singular apex. In each corner lies a shallow pool carved from granite, filled by tiny springlets that bubble up from the depths. The pools bear inscriptions indicating their elemental associations: fresh water of union, salt water of sorrow, brackish water of transition. Pilgrims immersed a hand in each pool in sequence: first union, then sorrow, then transition, symbolizing the full spectrum of human emotion embraced within the sanctuary's embrace. The ritual concluded by mixing a drop from each pool into a goblet of spring water elsewhere in the chamber, which was then shared among companions of the pilgrimage, signifying communal empathy and support. As you stand at the apex of the triangular chamber, torch held aloft, you feel the culmination of countless rituals saturated in its stones: breath and voice, light and shadow, union and sorrow, wall woven into immersive sanctuaries designed to transform pilgrim and priest alike. The final recess offers no grand central rite, but rather a still point of integration, where the pilgrimage's many streams converge into the silent well of being. You linger in the hush, listening to the faint trickle of water at each corner pool, letting the chamber's geometry guide your reflection. Triangles of experience forming the foundation of an unshakable inner sanctuary. Stepping back into the corridor of sighs the way you came, you carry with you the chamber's elemental resonance. Each breath you exhale echoes the flute-born sighs of pilgrims past. Each step traces the patterns of transformation laid in stone. And though your journey through the Osirion's hidden labyrinth draws toward its close, the sanctuary's call endures, that every pilgrim's path is a cycle of descent and ascent, a voice given to silence and light, granted to shadow, an endless wheel turning beneath the sands of time. Exiting the corridor of sighs for the final time, you emerge into a softly lit octagonal chamber known as the Sanctuary of Unending Circles. Here, the walls curve gently inward, forming a continuous ring that seems to contract and expand with the rhythm of your heartbeat. Along the perimeter, narrow ledges carved from pale limestone serve as seating for pilgrims completing their journey. Above each ledge, a small carved circle frames a circular nichuanse, holding bronze mirrors polished to crystalline perfection. Though most mirrors have fallen and lie in shattered fragments on the floor, the niches still glow faintly with residual gilt leaf, suggesting that they once shimmered like stars in the temple's embrace. At the chamber's center stands an octagonal dais of black marble, its edges beveled and inlaid with silver bands that catch the torchlight. Each of the 8 faces bears an emblem: a coiled serpent, a blossoming lotus, a rising sun, a full moon, a star cluster, a flowing river, a dancing flame, and a spiral galaxy, symbols representing the universal forces the Osirion's builders honored as manifestations of the divine. Pilgrims gathered here to share silent communion, placing a hand upon the emblem most resonant with their journey, allowing its form and texture to convey a final teaching before departure. You step forward and press your palm against the spiral galaxy, feeling the smooth marble ridges trace the infinite curves of creation's cosmic dance. Encircling the dais are shallow channels carved into the floor, an intricate interlaced pattern of twisting lines that join and diverge like tributary streams. In antiquity, these channels held a thin film of water infused with powdered lapis and crushed gold dust. When pilgrims circled the dais in procession, the water's shifting currents refracted torchlight into dancing bands of sapphire and gold, as though the chamber itself had become a living map of the night sky. Although the channels now lie dry, their graceful curves remain perfectly preserved, guiding footsteps in a choreography of remembrance. Atop the dais stands a single object, a copper bowl inscribed with pre-dynastic glyphs translating roughly as "Heart of the Circle." Inside rests a smooth, palm-sized stone of carnelian, its surface polished to a deep, warm glow. Temple lore declares this stone of return, a talisman imbued with the collective resonance of every pilgrim who has stood upon the dais and shared the spiral's embrace. To close the pilgrimage, each traveler lifts the carnelian, holds it against their chest, and vocalizes a single vow: to carry the sanctuary's teachings into the world beyond, renewing the sacred cycle in their own lives. You lift the bowl, cradle the stone in your palm, and whisper your pledge: "May my life reflect the harmony of unending circles." As you set the stone back in its bowl, the chamber's curved walls seem to pulse in gentle approval, the quietude enveloping you like a final benediction. Torches along the ledges flare briefly as though reignited by unseen hands, their light softening into a golden haze that washes the room in warmth. In that luminous hush, you perceive the Osirion's final message: that every ending is but a turning of the wheel, every circle a gateway to a new spiral, and that the sanctuary's true power lies not in stone or ceremony, but in the unbroken continuity of seeking, sharing, and returning an eternal dance woven into the fabric of existence itself. Rising from the dais, you walk the spiral channels once more, each step a farewell and an invocation, to embody the Osirian cycles in your thoughts, your words, and your deeds. To honor the waters of renewal, the flames of transformation, the winds of inspiration, and the silence of reflection, and to carry forward the memory of a civilization that dared to carve the cosmos into living stone, inviting every pilgrim to discover within their own heart the sanctuary of unending circles. As you step through the final arched doorway and emerge into the blazing desert sun, you know that the Osirion's labyrinth endures beneath the shifting sands, its echoes awaiting the next soul drawn to walk its hidden pathan to complete the circle anew. As dawn's first light touches the desert horizon, we emerge from the Osirion's embrace, carrying its silent songs and subterranean secrets in our waking minds. We have wandered through halls of echoing water and resonant stone, glimpsed visions in sacred springs, and kindled inner flames in the chamber of eternal ember. Yet the greatest revelation is not in what we saw, but in the journey itself, the spiral of descent and ascent that mirrors our own cycles of questioning, transformation, and renewal. Though the temple's hidden doors now close behind us, its lessons endure, that every ending circles back to a beginning, that silence and sound dance together in the fabric of existence, and that the deepest mysteries lie not only beneath ancient sands, but within the quiet chambers of our own hearts. Carry this echo with you. Let it guide your steps in the world above. And remember, the circle of the Osirion turns on, eternally unfolding.